to see chat stuff. But you're ready for review. For avoidance of any doubt, I mean, you can start the meeting.
Oh,
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
Well, hi everyone. Thanks for being here on a Saturday morning. This is the IVCSD board retreat for the year 2022. Thanks for those of us who are here in person and online. I'm going to call the meeting to order. First, I'd like to announce the meeting is being recorded. And for the record, we're calling to order at 10:12 a.m. Jonathan, roll call.
yeah. Director Brandt,
Here.
Director Aguilar,
Here.
Director Clarity, Director Bertrand,
Here.
Director Kaufman,
Here.
Director Dessler,
Here.
Director Friedman.
Here.
All right. Well, before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Chumash people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Chumash elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Anaskoyo, the land that Ibcs sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Chumash community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. So with that, before we get started with our discussion action items, we are going to enter the public comment period. This is the time for any member of the public to speak on any matter that's in our jurisdiction that's not on today's agenda. So I'll go first in person. I'll ask, are there any public comments? Seeing none, I'll check Jonathan online.
We had one from Lenny at this time.
All right, and we will enter that into the record. Any other public comments online? All right, we'll close the public comment period, and we're going to move to the first item of the retreat, which is the roundtable on past retreat outcomes and the municipal services review.
So let me share my screen. Ross was gonna keep on this way in case anybody had questions on the municipal services review. But let me share my screen. This is just one. This is just a look at the past and what we've done before. Sorry, what's it? Make it larger. Oh yeah, yeah.
Stick to this.
It
I'll stick to
just-
this screen.
yeah. So this, I put together a list of some of our accomplishments as the district since our first year. So we got like many programs established the first year.
Very impressive.
The tax.
Hello there, stranger.
Oh, hey Ross. Hey Ross.
Where would you like me to sit at?
Oh yeah.
Over there in that orange chair? Perfect.
Yeah. Let me get you a table in a second. So the next fiscal year, we got more programs established and some moved in-house. This next one, we got staff hired. This was 2019-20 was the COVID year, where year COVID started. So not as much got done because midway through the year, we had to change and stop everything. But we did meet our reserve goals that year. So we've been good with our reserves for a couple of years now. Next fiscal year, 2020, 2021, we actually got a lot of grants that year. I didn't realize that was here. We raised $200,000 almost for the district. We established our salary ranges. We submitted our municipal services review for the first time. And we actually got a new board majority last year. So that was a big change for us. The board members changed out on the board. And we had no problems with that. Like lots of other districts, sometimes they do have problems. So I put it as an accomplishment that we had a new board and had no issues. And then this year we've hired a lot. You can see 3 hires made this year. Had our first Halloween event, reopened the community center, outreach materials going, step grant and credit card. I had to put credit card. And then this year we might at least two other ones can get for sure accomplished in the next couple months. The Spring Festival and the parking study. So this was just a little fun thing for us to look at, remind ourselves what we've done at the district.
Very cool.
This is great, and
Yeah.
and I'll just say too, obviously it makes me very proud to look at this and everything that we've all accomplished together over the last couple of years. And I'm thinking too, this is something that we should make a little bit more official. We should officialize this and turn this into a cool document that we can share with folks.
Yeah.
Really cool to see.
Oops, opened the wrong way. This is what we submitted to LAFCO. I'm not showing the one that LAFCO published because this, I think, just had more of our voice in it. That's easier to look at, easier to go through. Doing the waiting room too. I think there's just some things to note here, which is,
And can you make me a co-host while you're doing that?
yes, let me pause real quick. So I can't make you a co-host. I can only make you a host. We don't have co-hosts.
You can make me a host. You trust me being a host.
I'll
I was just gonna help you with the waiting.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. You're the host now.
All right.
That's good. But I can still screen share. Okay. So one thing I wanted to note is our discussion here, LAFCO, in terms of reorganizations and consolidations, where we did mention CSA 31 as one of the things that we're looking at. The issues with public safety services that we've noted a lot in the past, where we don't have that. We can only contract for. We can't control what happens. And the solid waste discussion that we've been having since 2017, and we do run the Compost Collective, which is a form of waste collection. But I just wanted to highlight these three things that we did mention, which was the CSA 31, which is lighting and sidewalks, which is a deep district that the county has. It's same borders as us. The public safety issues with being able to get done what we would love to get done, and the solid waste issue that we'd like to have more local self-governance on. So that's that one. I'm not going to go over the goals from last time, but they were in here. These are the goals we set. We're going to have a separate discussion about the goals and how we did. And but this, I just added this in here so you can remind yourself what the goals are. And then in here, we're not going to go through this, but you had the past responses to our survey. So thanks to everybody who took the survey again this year. But this is like the past one, so you can just see our growth in terms of our perception and issues about ourselves over the years. Yeah, that's it. That was just a quick little look at the past before we start looking for the present and the future.
Great. I think that helps frame things very well. Anyone have any questions? Anything to add?
I just offered seeing the MSR from our perspective was super helpful because I saw what the finished product was and everything that we do. We have very unique services that cater to our community's needs. And I saw this as a time to really show off our
for all the work on that. The other thing in terms of LAFCO that I want to highlight is I think that the outcome of that MSR for me shows that we're moving the relationship in a really positive direction with LAFCO, working together as partners and equals as government agencies. And I think that that's a big step for Islands. And of course, big thanks to Jay for holding it down on the board there. So.
We will see if I succeed in staying on it. There's an election soon. Have you voted?
I think that they haven't sent me.
Were you serious?
Yeah.
No, okay, Jonathan, actually, to verify. So our Did you do it? Or?
Good. We'll do it on
Sure.
Monday. We'll do it on Monday. April 12th. April 12th. Remember April 12th. We have a long. Okay. Sorry, I missed where we were. Yeah.
Okay, any other comments on past retreat outcomes? I felt that going through the survey as an exercise to do was really helpful in terms of just organizing my own thoughts. I don't know if anyone has things from that they want to share.
The survey's later in the agenda, but if you haven't taken it, it wouldn't hurt to take it now. We're doing the lunch break.
Well, then, cool. I think it's good for us to move on to the next item, roundtable on research staffing.
Okay, so I have two things on this one. One is the organizational chart. Or, yeah, first, look at the organizational chart. Really hard to see on here. Let's zoom in. So, people of Isla Vista are constituents in the center. The board of directors is chosen by those people. Then there's committees for the board of directors, that all of you are on. Then the outer ring is the board of directors chooses the general manager and the district council. Those are the two kind of people directly accountable to the board. And then one rung beyond that is the assistant general manager and community engagement director. And the reason these are in their own, circle sort of is because both these roles do affect all the programs. So all the programs need some sort of internal operation support, and everything has a community engagement component. And then the slices around the hexagon or the circle are each program area that we have, and it's correlated to our budget. So this is how we set up the whole organization, is through these different program areas. So in here we have, jumping around. The solid circle is, this is just moving on. The solid circle is our own in-house staff, people who we directly hire, and then the dotted line is like a contract staff or a grant staff, or some, not within our organization, but they're performing one of the functions for our services because we don't have someone doing that ourselves. So community programs, we've got community spaces program manager Maya, conflict collective program manager Thorley here, who's here. We have our support staff for that, dirt riders, student staff. The Methodist Garden has 2 part-time employees, an outreach person and a garden manager. And then we've got CDF Productions doing the Spring Festival. In the public works area for Ivy Beautiful, we have the program manager who's part-time, and they work for United Way, and then the Isla Vista Beautiful crew themselves. And in public safety, again, it is a dotted line. It's not moving for some reason. It is a dotted line, and it's UCPD and Interpersonal Violence Investigator and the CSOs. In rental housing mediation, I wish this was moved. In rental housing mediation, it's a contractor for our mediator, Sarah McNeil. In parking, we're going to choose a parking study consultant, and then we have KTUA as our step grant consultant. And then, here we go. We have not selected anyone as our planning study consultant yet. And then in the community engagement area, we've got our interns, and we've got our mobility outreach coordinator, which is a new temporary position funded by the step grant. And then in the internal operations area, it's our consultant who's handling AGM issues. So that's the structure I came up with for our org chart. I strayed away from the hierarchical one because I think it made it hard to look at all our programs and what we do and the gaps. So this helps or they're not. Where you can see, obviously it's really strong in the community programs area. We have the most people there. Everything else is a contract relationship. So
I like the way you organize it. It was nice to see about that.
thank you. And then new staff positions, just be a new circle. We can even do a version in the future where there's like a different color for planned staff positions or ideas for staff positions. So I like that.
And I too really appreciate it. I like that we're able to see what things are part of our internal organization and what things are on contracts that are with other organizations that we work with. That's a helpful little visual tool there. Any thoughts or questions from the board?
I am not super clear on like what our areas of powers are, and those don't necessarily correlate to those, or do they?
They do 100%.
100%.
So community programs is the power to operate community facilities, and it's longer than that, but that's the summary. Public works is graffiti abatement and management of gutters, sidewalks, lighting, and street trees. Public safety is the contract with the regions or county for enhanced public safety. Housing is the create a tenant mediation power. Parking is the parking district power. Community planning is the area planning commission power. And then internal operations and community engagement aren't technically powers, they're just inherent powers. So
And is that everything there?
that's it. That's all I.
That's it.
Yeah, well, public works includes two, for example, includes the graffiti abatement and the lighting sidewalks power. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then the MAC, I guess you could fit into community programs. So that has two.
Well, that's very nice.
I think it'd be nice if we could make, because this makes, for me, understanding our powers and then where we've made decisions to affect the powers, like very clear. I think this would be a nice document for the public to see, or like just, I don't know, where maybe we could have something a little like a more colored version or something for our website, because I think that anyone who goes to our website would understand a lot more what we do, what we've accomplished, like the list. But this is a nice, like, simple circle. And yeah, I like the whole concentric design of it.
Yeah. Nicely done.
I agree. I think that it's very visually appealing, easy to follow, and I like your idea, Marcus, of making it super official and as an aid for people who are trying to figure out what we do, what our role is. And I wonder too, there are obviously other public services that other agencies provide to islands that are similar to these areas, and maybe even a broader circle or a side circle of the things that we don't do could be helpful for community members who are trying to navigate how to fix a problem, which is there's just a web of different services. It can be really confusing for people. Find the right person to go to sometimes. So
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And just to Carrie's question from before, one more power that's listed in Assembly Bill 3, but we haven't activated is code enforcement. So perhaps someday that'll be on that circle as well.
Under housing.
Yeah.
That's why we called it housing, I think, originally, because we said, well, there's a mediation program and then the sort of enforcement too, eventually.
Sort of my understanding, but I feel like Ross has told us before that he is active.
Correct. So the terminology that last one uses is activated and linked. Activated powers is one that a special district has as a matter of right to use. LAFCO has already gone through the process of saying, here are your powers in addition to the general power of the city. A latent power is one of the other 24, 26 powers that exist under the CSD law that can be activated upon application to LAFCO. So the code enforcement power is active, which is to say it's been activated by passage of your special election measure E. Measure E. And as it exists in 61-250, wanted to get anything else out of the special district law, some 61,000 series of government code, then you'd be able to then go and have one of those latent powers active.
I have a question on the staffing analysis, and I'm more asking it because I think it'd be good for other board members to know. But looking at these circles, and you've got the dotted line circles of the ones that are contracted out, and then the services that it's in-house. And Jonathan, can you kind of describe, I guess, like what has been like the policy, I guess, determination for whether or not to contract out the service or to have it in-house?
I mean, the only policy was that we didn't have the ability to do it ourselves. So even before, like Maya's position was a contracted position. So the garden, we had done that originally because way back in 2018, we didn't have a payroll system yet. The interns used to be at UCSD. Those eventually moved to us, but again, it was the same issue. The rental housing mediator, we'll probably keep that a contract with SARE because we don't need a mediator maybe hired, but that used to be even a further contract. If we contracted with Legal Aid and then they contracted with the mediator. So that was even further out. The STEP grant, the parking study, those need to be contracts. Same with the public safety ones. Our power doesn't let us make them employees. I guess we could have like a public safety coordinator employee to help like promote these programs, maybe. But the actual service has to be contracted for that one by law.
Got it. I think that's really helpful. And I just think about it as looking at these circles. I think about a book that I read in a class at CSB called The Fissured Workplace, where it kind of talks about just the general trends towards specialization of different occupations. And I wonder if there's a way for us to think about different services that we have that are in those dotted lines and which ones sort of, it seems like that's the right fit, that's the right kind of fit for the organization, and which ones it might make sense to have closer to us so that we have more efficiencies, more direct oversight. I think it's a good exercise for all to think about.
Move on to the next one.
Yeah. I really like Marcus's suggestion about colorizing this. And also it would be helpful to me to see, maybe it's colored, people that we employ and the difference between programs and employees, because under programs we have employees, but we also have programs. So I think it would be nice to differentiate between that.
What do you mean?
So like under community programs, you have student director, you have marketing manager, but those are employees, those are people, right? And then we also have programs, right? And so, am I not making sense?
Oh, like the compost collective, like call it
So
out
that it's more distinct. I guess it would be easier visually to see.
Can you provide a specific example? Because I don't like to see the right, so.
Oh. It's very possible, so I'll just digress. I haven't had my morning coffee
Please
yet,
point to the program.
so my brain is not functioning at full capacity. I texted my husband to bring me
And I have a lot of.
coffee. Oh, okay. All right, so what I was trying to say. Okay, so I think I'm wrong. So what I was trying to say is it would be helpful to know the people that we employ, the district employs versus the programs. But what you're saying is everyone in these little pies is a person.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, the pie is the program.
I'm sorry.
The pie slice is the program and the circles are the people.
Okay, so then my other comments, we're starting out great. My other comment is I think it would be helpful to have a slight definition under the community programs public works, so it's clear, and that kind of aligns with what Spencer was saying, is there are all these kind of overlapping circles of programs and agencies that do things in IVCSD. I think it'd be helpful instead of public works to just define it a little bit better so that it's clear what and that's all. I even brought my own cup. Right in there.
Kind of going off of that, I think it would be helpful to outline specifically, you mentioned which powers are underneath each, but if we specifically reference it, so the public knows, that we're doing our best to really put effort into each power that we have. And so, especially public works, it includes too, so really making that explicit, I think would be helpful as well.
And I was just going to suggest that you give it to a graphic designer and really have it made, to look at
professional and eye-catching and colorful. Just the conceptually, I think it's awesome.
It'll be really fun to see this.
Yeah.
One extra piece of information I think would be helpful would just be like a timeline of like just a year or even a month and a year of when these programs started. That way people can see that we're not just like, we didn't just all begin in 2018. It's been like a process. I don't know how the designer will work that in, but I'm sure it'll make it look amazing.
Yeah. Good idea.
I think those are all really good suggestions and really cool. And I have sort of a slight different direction or question I want to ask, which is, I know in the past, you've done kind of an analysis of all of, say, your staff time and our staff time, and sort of where that fits into each program, which I think has a lot of benefits to it. But I'm wondering if just even broader than that, you've ever done any analysis in terms of like what your staff capacity is, because we as the board are always passing these policies, creating these new programs, and putting a lot on your plate to do the work on that. And is that something that you? That's the next one. Okay, well then I just transitioned really well without meaning to.
Yeah, we had this last year, but it's different this year because now we have active staff to implement. So this is just a simple. This is what the government code says. The role of my job is. Yeah, I'm the only position that's described in the government code as what my roles are, which is implementing the board's policies, appointing, supervising, disciplining, and dismissing employees, supervising facilities and district and services, and then supervising finance. That's what staff generally does. This is who we have. Staff resources, this is related to the chart. General manager, assistant general manager, community engagement director, compost collective manager, community spaces manager, all funded and filled. The one that's funded and not filled is this mental health mediation program coordinator. That's been an idea and in the budget, just never put in place. Non-staff support. So this is the other side. So the Sayer, who's our mediator, who's an independent contractor. We meet with him semi-regularly. Ivy Beautiful, which is a part-time program manager for a crew, and they have support staff. We don't pay for them. It's included in the overall cost. Safety stations, it's 12 CSOs hired and managed by UCPD, Interpersonal Violence Investigators, trained with the detective hired by UCPD. Community Garden has 2 people, and then the STEP grant is ATUA. Okay, cool. I didn't realize that this is, but we can move ahead then. Our capacity analysis simple display. This is out of the 2 weeks, so 80 hours is like average amount of work for 2 weeks.
106 is too much.
Yeah, well, it was 105 last time, so we went up by 1.
Well,
I
mean, that's concerning.
Well,
It's
a big problem because the AGM is at 0, right? Like right now it's at 0, and
I think we need to resolve that because that's not sustainable.
Yeah.
It's not fun.
yeah, it's not good. Everyone else is doing good right now on the other positions, so we're doing okay there. But yeah, I mean, because I'm taking on the roles of the AGM, and I'm going to talk about this in a future slide about what's going on with my position compared to others. So let's see. Sorry, my is not switching. Okay, areas of work. This is just the staff structure chart in a different way. This is like what this means. So yeah, community programs, what we do for HR, what basic operations look like. I'm not going to go over this because we all know what we do. So this is the breakdown of staff time. And there's a bigger version too. So this is the, this doesn't include the contractors. This is just the people we directly employ. Community programs is obviously our biggest area, followed by community engagement. But that obviously makes sense because we hired 2 new positions this year on those areas. Pretty significant. So things that are very small amount of time. Our housing gets very little. Safety programs get very little. Public works even gets very little. But there's some things that are, I would say, like fixed costs or fixed hours, like things like HR and finance. Those are, you know, they're small, but they add up. Like there's 5% and then 6%, and then so those have more significant time. Then you go into our staff and contractors, and you see, oh, I should screenshot it off. Oh, I'll fix this in the post. So we of our hours go to safety. So when people say, you know, what are you doing with your hours that you spend on? It's 274, which CSOs every Friday and Saturday night, and the Interpersonal Violence Investigator. Community programs still in second place. Public works is a little more significant because it takes into account the crew. Same with the community engagement is still one. So this is just services. So this is not the part of the district of the HR and the finances. So this is just the direct services to the public, and this is just that contractors with. So Campus Collective is 25%. So this is our staff, and then this is the staff. So I think I took out a lot of what I do. This is just what our staff. So public safety again is half in this scenario. So just the general manager position, and so it's not terrible, but you know, a lot of what I'm doing is HR, and that's a fixed amount. I don't know if I can reduce the slice. The operations is you know, you can start community programs. Again, we have a lot going on here.
How far back? Like that's.
Oh yeah, it's a good question. This average for this. On an average in the last 6 months. I know it's really, I did my best to represent it for this year and what's happening now. Like for the, so, you know, pretty, right now it's significant. 6 months ago, well, in October it was significant too for the Halloween costume contest. Not so much in August. So yeah, this is where I'm at with my time. So this is from last year, but some of these were ideas last year, and they actually all have been implemented now. So we have done a lot of different things to make ourselves more efficient. For example, we try to prioritize and inventory all the meetings we go to, so we're not just like always in meetings. That's a big thing for me, for our staff, to not always be in meetings. I know. George used to say like, oh, let's count out how many people are at this meeting, how much this meeting costs. I thought that was really funny. So we have a Scrum system, that's how we plan out our work. We have a timekeeping software that's been done. We were Google Sheets, but trying to we have a new one now. Financial work, that never really got improved because we don't have financial staff, and we lost Bob, and then we got Spencer trained. So this has been a transition year for finance stuff. So it's been a bit different. We do a daily stand-up meeting at 9:45, all staff for 5 to 10 minutes. So we just check in on what everyone did yesterday, today, any issues that I can help with. So that's what we've been doing. Why isn't it such a sorry. All right, so staff capacity is definitely a bottleneck. It's definitely been much improved. So a lot more has been getting done because we did get specific staff to do the things we wanted. We said last time we wanted more community engagement. We hired a staff position for that. We created one actually. And so a lot is getting done there, and there's still room to do more. But I think the next bullet point is something that's an important point, which is there's a clear difference in the service delivery between areas with dedicated staff and without. And it's not saying that every area needs to have dedicated staff, but seeing how Maya has been able to do a really good job in implementing programs that used to be contract programs. I think it has made a big, you can see the difference. I just want to say there's a big difference. Dedicated staff, yeah, we work really effectively with each other when it's within the organization. Contract work is necessary, like I guess I already said some of this when we were talking about this work chart. But contract work is necessary, optional than others, but I think the dedicated staff do work really well. It does cost more in a way, but I think more gets done and more accountable. We haven't had an AGM this whole year, so we've been really hindered in a lot of different ways from that. And then the general manager role is in a transition period because in the past, I really did a lot of the direct work myself. Now we're moving to having staff and more trying to manage resources and stuff. So we're definitely in a transition period here, but I still have a lot of operational, like nuts and bolts things to do, fill out this form for the district or whatever. So I think we need to resolve this issue where I'm doing project work and operational work and managing people's work. It's hard to do that. So 2, I guess I could do 2 out of 3, but maybe 3 is pretty hard.
What is the status of the AGM?
I don't think we can discuss it right now. Yeah. I'll write an email about that. And then so this is some of our outcomes for hopefully today is this is not to discuss now. This is out of today. One of some of our items we'll all work on after today is updating our organizational chart and seeing, based on our goals, do we need to change anything with our current positions? Adjusting our staff time to meet our goals based on what we talked about today, and then staff training plan, which I've always wanted to get done. Like we've been talking about it. Everyone in staff is doing training, different, kind of on your own, but kind of want to have a plan for it. This is just additional reading if you want to learn more about. One of them is like how do we use Scrum, and one of them is the government code and our job descriptions.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the presentation. Very thorough and I think well displayed and understandable for us to look at these, sort of ensure where we're at. I've got a couple thoughts, but I want to see if anyone else wants to start.
You mentioned feeling that you're able to do 2 of the 3 things. Is operations something that the AGM normally does, or is it?
Yes.
Okay, so we in fact would have a
Like it's things like managing all the contracts we have. I just don't have enough room in my head to do that because we have so many contracts. The yoga teacher needs a contract. So the things like that. Oh, are they all signed? Are they all cataloged? Are they all saved? I mean, I can do it. I have a system to at least not have us be in a bad position on that, but we're not in a great position on that kind of stuff.
Is there some way we can hire someone to do that role?
Yeah, I mean, we have the management partners, but they're not really able to do that kind of stuff, and they're nearing the end of their ability to work with us because we originally had told them 3 months originally or 4 months, and now we're 5 or 6 months. So they didn't originally plan to be working with us this long. So I don't know. I mean, that's the thing is we have the AGM role. It is currently filled, but I don't want to have to then hire a different role that and then become redundant either. So it's a hard situation for balance.
So not just like a limited term employment situation.
It's an idea, it's an option, but I don't know if we can find somebody who would agree, you know? I mean, I think it is an option to do like a limited term, but I feel like it would be hard to fill it. Like we had trouble filling a full term from the job.
I have a question on that. I'm looking at the chart of the breakdown of human time, and there's the blue box that says board meetings, agenda prep, follow-up, communication. And then that's pretty, I think, the biggest chunk actually.
Yeah.
Is that, I guess when I read that, I'm like, that sounds like sort of a clerk of the board type of role. But is it that or is it more?
It's not. So it's time for me to communicate with all of you, right? So that's not a clerk. I'm not going to do that. And I think I need to do that. I need to have set times, or I need call or email with you guys pretty often. I took 7 hours over 2 weeks, so it's not even that much. That's only half an hour for everybody. And then it's the board meeting agenda prep, but I don't think a clerk can do that. Because for that is what I'm doing is I'm talking with Spencer to know like what the issues are. I'm overseeing all our different services and keeping track with them. Does it need something to come to the board? Getting the memos, making sure the attachments exist. A clerk could not produce the memos. They could not, because they don't work in the services. You know, it becomes a redundant position, I think. So it's something that an AGM could maybe do eventually. Like, you know, as we had an AGM for like 2 years on this. So someone in that role there for a while, they could take on part of the agenda creation, but it's not a clerical or even like a clerk, which is a city position usually. But, yeah, it's really something. I mean, it's only 6 hours for over 2 weeks to produce the agenda. You know, I can work on that's really conservative estimate. For Fridays before the board meetings and Saturday, I usually work for 8 hours, usually making sure everything's ready. The Friday before the board meeting and then Saturday. So I don't think we can change it. I think that's like a pretty firm area of spending or time. And then the board meetings are included in that too. The board meetings, yeah.
When I look at what you're describing to me, it seems like what's needed is a Jonathan mini. And so what I mean by that is more like an assistant to the general manager. And that's a pretty common role in an organization. So it could be some cities, it's a management analyst, and some other entities, it's an assistant to a city manager. And that person can help with, they can fill a clerk role, right? But the other thing that they can do is because they're working in organizational kind of stuff. So to me, that's what it seems like, is that we need someone just below you who's more of like an assistant.
Those roles in the past too. Been able to, that job is perfect to be, hey, I'm helping you with producing an agenda report, helping you with making sure this contract looks good for the board meeting agenda. Like all these, that's what goes into agenda prep, is like making sure everything's public ready. So
I think it's concerning when the head of an organization is doing this type of little work. It's not a good use of resources. I mean, your job is bigger than that, and you need some time freed up to do the bigger work, to do the bigger thinking, to have that freedom to be creative, right? And if you're doing the little stuff, the minutia, it crowds out what the other bigger stuff you could be doing.
Yeah. And it makes everything have only like 2 hours each. So it's like everything's not really getting a lot of attention. So that's the staff report. Yeah.
One other thing, that I was just gonna throw out there, we're talking about how, for some of our contracted services, you know, it may end up costing more money if we were to bring those things in-house. But I also just want to point out that talking, it sounds like there's been a lot of turnover in some of our contracted services in their own internal staff, which I would assume is eating up and factoring into your time, going in to manage and trying to work out the problems that are associated with that.
We pretty much had to start IV Beautiful over this year, like from scratch essentially, because all the staff within United Way, like the management staff and the program staff, all left or changed. So we had to start from scratch. I don't think it's as good as it used to be necessarily either, because a lot was lost in that transition. So yeah, and we couldn't control that. That's not up to us.
That's correct. And I throw it out there just because it definitely your time is clearly golden for us. It is incredibly important, I think, to the organization's well-being. And
It's open for you too.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
working for it.
absolutely.
And it costs a lot. Like, you don't want to pay me to do something you can pay someone 50,000 for instead of 100,000.
Absolutely.
But even if we had to pay premium rates because the job that we can offer now is kind of funky.
Yeah.
Who was the staff star with the rental housing mediator?
Sayer, he's still on contract with us. He's supposed to do, you know, he's budgeted for 10 hours a week, but it never gets to that point.
Do you know, like, on average, how many hours do you spend?
Yeah, let me tell you how many he spent this year, which is 15 hours since July. Yeah,
15 hours since
since July.
like 8 months ago.
And that's because there've been like about 10 mediation requests since then, which is way better than any other year, by the way. Like, to have 12 or 10 mediations by he just charges an hour.
My frown is not unhappy that we're spending money on. My frown is
Oh, yeah.
not spending money on.
Yeah, no, I know. But it is, yeah, it has, and I think we had a lot of issues in the past with the program. We'll have a discussion about the services, but like we don't have an outreach coordinator that we did create the idea of 3 years ago, and it's been in the budget since then. So we've never hired that role. So we probably need to hire that role. And the idea behind that is that someone who's going around and just knocking on doors and saying, hey, do you have housing issues? Here's a flyer about our mediation program. You should keep this in mind, put it on your fridge. So things like that. Like Sydney's been really good to start. Or learn about the issues, and then maybe they then take on the program because I think it's been effective what we've done, but there's no dedicated person. It's, you know, a percent. It's always going to be like 1/8, right? We have 8 programs or 8 areas. If you have a general staff member for engagement, it's going to be 1/8 of that person's outreach time, no matter what, at the most.
I wanted to ask a question about the slide that says staff capacity analysis. So we focused on your capacity at 132%. The CED, that's the community engagement. So that's at 107. Is that concerning to you? Is that normal? Is that something that you're thinking about how to address that?
We have ideas on how to address that. I think the STEP grant is definitely like more work than originally thought of. We came up with the STEP grant in 2020. We just really didn't know that much. we have other ideas, like we hired Fiona, who's actually works for our campus collective too, but she's our mobility outreach coordinator now. So she's gonna take on a lot of tasks and roles to help Sydney out. And then we're thinking of restructuring the internship from public policy internship to community engagement internship.
That's what I was gonna ask you.
That was an idea.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks for asking. I think that's really important here.
So are there certain like specifics on our internship, like rules we have to follow with what the direction is?
No, it's because they're just regular employees. The title is intern, but they're paid $15 an hour.
Because the change in focus makes me think of like where I work at the library, we have a rotating resident. That's usually a temporary position, kind of like what an internship would be, where we change the focus depending on the needs that we predict for the coming years. And those people are usually in that role for 2 years and it's full time, but then depending on the need and what we discover, that person then becomes a temporary, if we can find the room to hire that kind of person. But it seems like we get rotate this internship and then build staff that eventually fill these roles that we see right now that we need direction on. So like in a perfect world, we could be building, an AGM through an internship type of role. And that person gets student experience and all that kind of community building.
Yeah, no, I see. I think community engagement and the community center is like where we would need the
Immediate.
the help. Yeah, because we have the internship in the budget already, but it was focused on very different things 4 years ago. It was like helping us write our policy manual, which was great at the time, but we don't need interns doing that so much anymore.
Yeah.
Can you describe some of the recent projects that interns have been working on or completed?
They've been doing a lot of community.
Yeah, and I think that's really helpful because I think it's helpful to have the community, the people who are doing the community also being a big component of the target market for users of the space.
It's just hard to have them do that because they weren't originally hired to do it. So then there's that friction. So that's why we need to just restructure it. Say this is.
It wasn't a part of the job.
It wasn't necessary. It was kind of part of the job, but it was like one sentence instead of like the other 9.
That's really important.
Yeah, and I guess I'll just add support to the concept of restructuring that. I think that our interns as our district ambassadors, that's like one of their strongest suits, or perhaps where we can make the most impact with that position. So I'm glad that we're moving in that direction. I'm sure Sydney needs a lot of help for all the projects that she's taking on.
Yeah, we need less help on the things they used to do and we need more help on that. It's actually been hard to find non-community engagement work just because like that's just not the other things are not on our minds of what really helps. All right, well, we can move on to the finance.
I think that sounds good.
Let me check where we're at with this schedule. That's really arbitrary, but we are 30 minutes behind schedule, but it's okay. We will, I think it's fine.
I think that was necessary.
Yeah, we'll be okay.
This is structured as a roundtable. Are we gonna try and come up with action items of things we'd like to see come out of this discussion?
We'll only brainstorm action items. And that's the last agenda item is like what to do next based on all this. But we won't vote or anything. So, all right, the next thing, the finances. Oh, Jay, can you allow me to share this?
What do I need to do?
Allow me to share my screen.
So I've got the options of chat, ask to start video.
Oh, you can't do it on the mobile version.
This isn't mobile version. This is laptop.
Okay, but at the
Allow
bottom, there
upload
should be a
local
share
files.
screen. The share screen option is where you allow others to do it.
Oh, in my share screen button.
Yeah, yeah. In your green.
Right, my mouse is also.
Are people watching this right now?
Like whoever Jay Stein is.
No, but I mean in general, like there's a vision of this whole group.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't
I
they
forgot
go
about
then?
that part.
Keep your clothes on.
I won't have a bagel delivered to me.
I think that's still possible. Just throw it.
I would Zoom make that.
What's that?
I would take that much.
Oh, I know, it's this thing. It's this thing.
No, I should. Oh, yeah, I had a real
Okay.
practice already.
Oh, that's
You can just make me host again. And I'll.
Oh, there we go.
I'll put,
I just walked across the street.
there it is.
Yeah.
The arrow, the little arrow.
Arrow. Mobile
No,
business,
no, no,
share
thanks.
size, look at that. Okay.
Oh, okay. It says all, but it, now I'm allowed. Okay, we're good. We're good to go. Sorry. We're getting used to being in person again. We're not used to this. Okay, I'm not gonna like read through this word for word, but I'm gonna summarize each paragraph. So our financial position, I'd say, is very strong. One thing we have as an opportunity or something to just look at today as a resource is we have almost $1 million, 955,000 between our undesignated reserves and our money left over at UCSD for the pledge by the end of this June. $1,030,000 in our planned policy reserves. So that's like insurance or strategic or capital or facilities. We have over $1 million in those reserves, and then an additional 955,000 in our undesignated reserves. Those have like no plan for them. The other ones, the million has a plan. Revenue reserve stuff. Can't say that. So that's an opportunity for us to invest. One reason right here for our year-end plan balance is because we don't have we have a pretty low ongoing operating budget. We've done a lot with a little is what we said for a long time. We had 2 full-time staff at the beginning of this year, but then we lost 1, and then we grew by 2.5. So we're at 3.5 right now, what we funded. And then just give you a visual of I'm trying to move Zoom, our ongoing versus our allocated spending. So this is our fixed cost, things we've committed to already. That's 48% of our budget. Our contracts are 26% of our budget, and then our allocated like pools of funds is how it's like things we've allocated money to that we don't actually have to spend is 25%. So half our budget is ongoing, the other half is a contract, and the other the quarter is a contract, and the other quarter is pools of money is how I like to describe it. Like our community special projects, 60,000 for example. Most of our ongoing is obviously is in the administration and the community center program. This 7,800 is the secret fix. That probably shouldn't be in the contract budget. The contract is very heavy in public safety, as we already saw, and the Ivy Beautiful program, see it represented that way. And then the allocated and not ongoing, this is just like a lot of the things we do for the community programs, the pools of money there, 60,000 for special projects. So this is the STEP grant, which is not ongoing, but it's part of our budget this year. This is what we had budgeted, for example, for the planning report. So, and we might not spend that 30,000, we might, but we've like had it in our budget year after year. We don't spend it most years. That's why it's part of our allocated, not ongoing budget. So it's pretty good. We have only half our budget set in stone, and the other half is more on us. My favorite is here. Oh yeah, they won't stop. Here's something about our revenue. So we plan that we always get more revenue than we plan to have. This has been happening every year. The reason is because we base our revenue for this year based on the actuals for last year, and they grow every year. Our revenue so far has grown by 6.88%, but inflation has grown by 7.5%. So this is the one year our revenue has grown less than inflation. So we plan to get $1,094,000 by the end of the year. So the 70,000 increase in this year. And then that's what we'll put in next year's budget, the $1,094,000, or as it gets more concrete, we'll add the actuals to it. So it will probably grow. $1,094,000 is also like missing $5,000. It's probably $1,100,000, but we're missing $5,000 from community choice energy, which is a long story. So that's where it is today as of March 19th. There's still 3 more months of actual revenue to add in. So let's call it like $1,110,000 is where it might end up as our revenue for next year.
Can I pause on this and
Yeah.
clarify? So the 6.8 increase is an increase year over year of the utility tax?
No, it's the increase. I maybe should have that other number too, but this is the increase of the actuals over the projection.
Actuals over.
Like we last year we brought in $1,024,000, and so that's what we put as our budget for this year. And then now we are projected to end with $1,094,000 stuff.
Got it. That's helpful to know. And a follow-up to that, and maybe this is for you and for Ross, which also, Ross, we can get you at the table. I think that'd be
Yeah,
great.
yeah, sorry.
What's one to break?
Yeah.
But the question is, so how did the increases factor in?
We don't have a GAN limit.
That's what I was wondering.
We don't have a GAN limit because there is a state of emergency for the last 2 years, and so we're not required to create our first GAN limit because there's a state of emergency. So when that's over, we can have a year of regular revenue recorded and then turn that year into our GAN limit. But until then, we haven't set a GAN limit.
It might be helpful for everyone to explain what a GAN limit is.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
A GAN limit is a measure passed by the voters 20, 30 years ago, 30 years ago or more in California that creates a limit to how much a government can collect in taxes. And most governments never have a problem with this because their revenue never grows that fast, but their GAN limit then is growing, whereas our revenue does grow every year, but we don't have a GAN limit. But the GAN limit is based on inflation or other factors that you pick, and technically, like if you go past your GAN limit, you need to refund the money to the voters or spend it on capital improvements. So there is an or, and there are like leniencies. Like I think you have 2 years to correct it. Like you go past 1 year, you have another year to see if that was just an anomaly year. But pretty much just a limit of government spending put in place by the voters.
Thank you for sharing that. And I know too, earlier, we were talking about sort of things we asked LACPOR for the municipal service review, where we were talking about like consolidation with the CSA 31. If we were to consolidate with other districts, does that potentially impact the GAN limit by adding more?
I think we get that district GAN limit.
We get that.
I'm not an expert on this.
Yeah.
So far, so good. Keep going.
Awesome.
Just, okay, well, I think.
I'm gonna get a bagel.
Yeah, we almost thought we had to do the GAN limit, but then we figured out that if there's a state of emergency, it doesn't matter.
I think it's really helpful for all of us. Okay, thank you for.
So then some descriptions in our programs, finances. So Compost Collective, we're getting probably less grant money now than we're gonna get compared to the previous years. In the past, we had like $40-something thousand. Then it went down to 25,000 for this year, and we don't know what the decision is for next year yet. But it's just that's a trend. That's like almost half. We lost almost half the grant funds from the first year to the second year. But we have been amazing to have hired, so we've been able to grow and do some more things. We wanted but Carly's part-time is what we funded. So we are still in a lot of status quo of how the program was a year ago. We've made improvements, but we replaced staff time instead of adding is what we did. We eliminated positions and replaced them with Carly's.
I've never heard of a program like this before. It seems like it must be very innovative.
Yeah.
And I mean, is it known far and wide now what we're doing?
I think it's one of the most popular programs. I think it's very well known.
But I mean, not just in the community, but in the state, in the
I
country.
don't, not yet, not yet.
I mean, it seems like we have some real opportunities there to make splash.
Yeah. I mean, it's maybe the first government program that used to be a student club and run from a student organization to a government program. But, and our electric bike saved a lot of money. So we saved about $8,000 in dirt rider salaries or wages by having the electric bike from what we planned to what we're actually spending. So that was a pretty big improvement. And then, yeah, Carly and I have been talking about how do we scale the program and what's the cost to scale. So we'll work with the finance committee about on those issues. You know, if we increase spending by 20,000, what would we get for that kind of?
In a question on that, I'm sure you're still sort of. Can you remind us what the number of total dirt rider staff that we have right now?
6 dirt riders, marketing manager, and 2 directors.
How many hours do we put in?
They all work 6 hours a week, but usually a little bit less.
Got it, okay. So six times 30, or 6 times 6.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Can I ask
I
also
think it's
another
6 times, oh, sorry, 6 times 8.
6 times 8, yes.
Well, I guess dirt rider 6.
Dirt rider 6 and
Yeah.
then 2 student employees with marketing and
Student driven.
student group.
So I have a question. So there's the program on campus and there's a program in Isla Vista, 2 separate programs. Any intersection between the programs?
Are you, the Department of Public Works, the one
Yeah.
that on campus?
Yeah.
Yeah, so they maintenance a few files that we drop off. to them. That's kind of our relationship right now, but we've been meeting a lot lately and figuring out ways we can work more together. So we just started dropping off that one of their new console files last week, which is really exciting to get a new one. And then they also like host a ton of workshops. They do like 3 days a week or what. So we're trying to work with them on those things.
The Department of Public Works, that really,
Yeah, that's just the best. Yeah, I love it.
Going on the community center. We've only really had 2 months of running the community center again. I think you guys got the report last time. I think there's going to be financial needs for like a one-time improvements to the space. And we've been, there's big one-time. There's just like the shelter one-time thing, but that's done now. But the plans, those are one-time. Renovating this area will be a larger one-time, but it is definitely an area where we haven't been able to really measure like how's the spending and what's needed differently yet. But we know that one-time costs are pretty significant and they're very diverse. They're sound system, everything. I don't want to list it all, but there's a lot of different things we need here financially.
well, I just like to say that I think being under new management as we are has made a huge difference.
Oh, yeah.
This is so night and day.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of that.
Oh yeah, the building's way better than that. So,
And it seems like a really important focus for us.
it has been. And now we get to finally do it. It's been wanting to be a focus. We always kept getting blocked. So yeah, I put additional temporary staff to be helpful, but that could be the internship being restructured into here. We have a budget to do grant writing. We've never used the budget. It's 25,000, but you need to really focus on going, finding the grant writer, having a plan for what you want to grant write. But we do have it in there. And then we are in this negotiation, which we don't talk about the details of right now, but depending on how that negotiation resolves with the county on our lease for the building, could result in different costs and revenues. Right now, we have no costs to the county or they're paying all the utilities for the building, for example, we're paying just rent over there for upstairs. And we're paying nothing here, but we're paying some of the utilities, like the cleaning we're taking on, but we're not paying that to the county, we're doing that ourselves. So the negotiations can really impact how we spend money here.
And we're paying rent in that building, and we are also the building manager of that.
Yes, yeah, well, we're paying rent for the downstairs, getting that for free, but we're paying full price upstairs. And then there's some empty rooms, the but that's part of the spaces before separately, but there is a whole empty large suite. 970 as well. Okay, next thing, community gardens. That was just something last time the board had wanted to look at how we can expand. And that, you need a garden manager for them. That's been like the model. So we've been working with Adams Campus Program, Katie, I think is on the call, talking to her about this, how we can expand. So there's gardens have the garden manager cost, and then one-time cost to build it, but it at least would become a permanent installation for some of them.
Can you say where that would be?
One idea is to do it right out there, where
So that's all IVCSD property right there?
from the clinic in the diagonal line to the parking lot is all our property. So we actually do have a lot of this lot. Next thing, Ivy Beautiful. I don't see Ivy Beautiful's costs changing this year unless they internally change their wages, which wouldn't change, maybe like $1 or something. I'm not sure what they'll do. I have to hear from them. But I don't see us having a lot of costs changing. This is one of the programs that has an opportunity to become in-house, and rental housing mediation, I talk about this a lot. We have an unspent budget we need to just hire. Public safety, huge area. If the effective salary, we can see it. We have the 2 RFPs for parking. Mind is the UCSD pledge. We have 120,000 sitting in for the safety programs. Cost that we use it for, but we also have
Potential, has potential for
mutually do. Last thing is, this is just my note, is please let those settle. But I like based on how the current beautiful, we added a new position, but that just really cool.
Just
So I'm confused with the process here. So what happened, and not like the thing. So Jonathan lost his screen sharing, and then you're saying that this device muted itself?
It muted everyone, like right after it stopped sharing.
Like so that everyone in the Zoom meeting got muted when.
I think so.
I think it's probably that the settings are set to mute upon entry, and because Jonathan's the host, and Jonathan's authority to left, you stop. And
Jonathan wasn't even the host.
I'm not the.
well, hey, it seems like it's working.
They've been hearing us the whole time, though, right?
Yeah, mostly, yeah, because I've been like checking the audio constantly, like verify, like how's, because sometimes particularly like you will just talk through the airplane, and I've been like, is it actually handling that? No, the thing that's worst at right now actually is the birds. It's decided that the frequency of the birds is something that like maybe it's silly, like it, but everything else it's doing really well.
This is just a quick look at our fund balance. So this is a projection, obviously, but we plan to spend all of our UCSB grant money from our budget this year that's been sitting in our bank account. This is a very small screen, I'm sorry. These are our reserve areas: maintenance, capital, self-insurance, and then they all grew a little bit this year based on like the percentages. So we're gonna update that. We've got this $1 million there, and then this 830,000 is the undesignated money we just have in our account, and then 124 UCSB, which gives us 955 undesignated. That's where that comes from. Yeah, I think that's the whole financial report. Let me make sure I didn't forget anything that I needed to talk about. Any questions or anything else?
Have we talked to DOS? If not, should we drag DOS in to talk to DOS about? So the UCSB pledge contribution was something that DOS negotiated with the university, and I remember that particular insight somewhere I could find. They said that the reason why it was 7 years was so we could renegotiate it, and so I feel like if he's got some kind of thought process for how we're gonna do that renegotiation, because I know I was like super concerned. And the reason why I got that in the first place was I was like, it's gonna expire in 7 years, and then yeah, it's like, thank you, we negotiate. I'm very happy about that part.
Yeah.
But the genesis of that was that when the district was formed, there was no revenue, right? And so the university and Gus Williams worked together to create this fund, this annual 200,000, so that the district would be viable.
We
right?
got that pledge before.
Before AB3.
Is that not right? Or?
No, we got that before AB3.
No, I think part of it was that the university wanted to I should really be clear about this. UC really didn't want the university to be part of the district physically, and so all of the university properties were ripped out of the district and don't pay taxes. And so the argument was, shouldn't the university though still be contributing some money towards it? And DOS kind of like talked to the people at the university, and they were like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, we just don't want this precedent to be set with relation to, and so they kind of negotiated this $200,000 a year that offset the fact that all of their properties were tax exempt.
So it's almost like in lieu of tax money.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I don't think anyone really wanted to say that.
We don't call it that, but I'm putting what you said in a more succinct way.
Yeah.
it's partnerships.
And because, a lot of university residents come, there's a lot. Yeah, I can pull up the old letter that we have. It's somewhere, the letter, like the award letter from Chuck Haynes to DOS. It was part of the way to help get the bill passed. Oh, UCSB still in. Yeah, I think that's everything I had for finances. So we can move to the next topic, which is services. I reused a lot of the slides from last year. Just have to look. Okay, so we're gonna skip. We're just gonna go over our services to know where we can strengthen, grow, change. So this is a section we didn't talk a lot about last time, and I have some example slides at the end to think about, but I'm gonna put it here now. How do we want to measure success for these programs? How do we know these programs are doing a good job or they're not doing a good job? Okay, so this is just some ongoing projects. I've removed some from last time. I added some. It's probably not a complete list, but these are just generally things that are not a specific service or program that we offer, or there may be a proto service where it's like we're doing the work to establish a service. So that's like kind of like the parking study. We'll become a service one day. It's not. I wouldn't consider that a service. It's a project that we're working on. So these are some of the big projects district-wide that we have to deal with. Some are, you can see a lot of these are very old. A lot of them started in 2020. So this slide, I think we fully updated it. So it's updated from last year where, and Sydney, I think you sent me the things to add to this in an email yesterday. I don't think I added everything else that we've done, but this has been our communications and public engagement program. We're probably going to rename this the old name. We'll rename it community engagement. But we hired Sydney this year. We have our door hangers process going. It is a pretty pricey system to do the door hangers, but it's like 70 cents for 4,000 flyers, and that's how many households there are in IB. We have a newsletter. We have an email list. We have a website that Sydney maintains. So we have a lot of other things that have been done, and I sadly did not include them. And we'll update this slide. Oh, I just lost it again. We'll get this right.
Well, the interesting thing, this is connected by Ethernet to IVCK, and then IVCK is connected via Wi-Fi to my office. It's getting internet from there, and that's the more stable one. But the what that means is that like link is this internet over there.
Yeah, we might have to just get an internet service for the building. It'll be another 5,000.
It's new power CSVs connected is municipal Wi-Fi.
Yeah, it's part of the community facility. It just happens to extend past it. So, okay, can we share my screen again? All right, perfect. So, getting a little thrown off. These are just our community meetings. Let's just get this one. I already talked to you about this. We're going to restructure the internship. This is our administration area. We are going to have the cost of the election this year is in this area usually. So we have an election in November. And then our board, we have this issue of getting the additional day of service implemented. Community programs. So this is how we looked at all the programs last year.
Are you now connected to IVCCAO?
Oh yeah, yes.
Okay.
So this is the community center community room. The value proposition for this is 2 spaces to allow the community to have events, public benefit, arts, culture, fitness, engagement, all these great things. On the right is all our users plan for this or looked at partners. Or on the left is partners, very long list. On the bottom here is the cost, and then the second one is like, how do we look at it? You know, what's our impact? How do we measure this? So these is all ideas still. We're trying to figure out, we don't have any actual measurement system, but it's just ideas. How many partnerships we have, people who come in, utilization rate, which is what we do, how many hours per month are being used. This is the Community Special Projects Fund. This is how we've used it in the past. It's not much to speak about because it's a general fund to do new things. The Survivor Resource Center, in the purple are ideas. So in the block is like status quo, what we had last year. In the purple are different ideas of how to utilize it. The community garden, I think we're losing it again. It's switching on my screen, but not on. Now it's just at the Methodist Church. We fund the one there as a partnership with Edible Campus Program. We've got the Compost Collective. There's a lot here, but you guys recently got the annual report on that, so we don't need to go into the details of. It's Community Festival that's happening. Just doing anything else. Okay. Community Festival, like some ideas like attendance during the festival, citations and escorts in Isla Vista being reduced that day is one way to look at achievement for that. In the mediation program, number of cases initiated and resolved is one way to track progress with this one. Public safety, number of escorts, anecdotal stories of safety presence, which we've done a lot of for PD in the past. You know, we need to, deployment right now is just with the 2, you know, we want to add the next one, and we definitely need the support of the IVRPD to do that. The Interpersonal Violence Investigator, some achievement factors of caseload, how many cases she's working on, the types of outreach activities she does. If we spend $152,000 on this, it's going to go up this year with their wage costs going up. And then Ivy Beautiful here. Oh, delayed. Okay. You know, some achievement factors can be the personal success of the workers, which is the work experience program, and then the number of submissions resolved, open. Now this is a easier to see version of what I'm trying to get at here. Is programs and potential metrics of success for all these things. Community engagement. So these are the different things we can measure for different, and this is just a brainstorm opportunity now. This is just things we came up with, and so we can look at how we want to measure our programs. But these are all different measurements for each program. And so we have so many different kinds of programs, they all do different kinds of things. But these are the different maybe factors that we can measure on each program. So this is just, yeah.
So do these columns correlate with each other, or is it just? No,
they don't. Okay. Yeah, sadly, it's hard. I mean, I have another slide of how we might want to do an apples to apples comparison. This is an apples to oranges comparison if we want to do it. So then you'd have like, you know, compost collective, we spend X amount per year, and for that spending, we divert this much CO2, we are able to serve this many households, this much soil, this compost was produced. Rental house mediation, you know, we spent this much, we resolved this many cases. Spring Festival, we have more revenue now. Maybe we have sponsorships, social media posts. That's just an interesting one. Like, oh, people are tagging it on Instagram. So these are just ideas. So if you guys have ideas of what you want to look at to say, oh, this program is good or this program needs to improve, how do we make that determination? These are some ways we can do that. So we can pause real quick to see some through.
Any thoughts from the board to start off?
Community engagement, you have voter turnout as a metric?
I will retract that.
Okay.
I had someone helping me with this.
Okay.
I just,
Okay, yeah,
but we do have the polling center here. I don't.
yeah, yeah.
It's a program.
I think the rental housing mediation is an interesting one for me because, I mean, in an ideal world, rental housing mediation succeeds and works so well that the number of cases requested goes to 0. And yet, even when it's not functioning correctly, it has number of cases of 0. I feel like the coolest metric in some sense is sentiment expressed by the population about landlords in the area. The number of complaints you see posted on UCSB 3 for sale about rental issues and landlords, and want to make that number go down.
Yeah. How can we measure that? I don't know. We can count those posts in a way. We can, in our budget survey every year, we have questions about how is your experience in housing in Isla Vista. We could measure negative versus positive comments there.
Yeah, I like that idea of having a survey on it. And like we had talked about in the budget committee, it's kind of nice to have those questions that are like the same year over year. So it's the same question being asked. You get back like, okay, what is the satisfaction of rental housing right now?
We probably want to make those questions for sure online with whatever metrics we pick. Absolutely.
That sounds very ambitious, though, that we could make a difference there.
Yeah.
$700.
Well, it's not because we're only spending $700. I've got a lot to say. Are we at the point where we can talk about the program yet?
Let's talk about
Okay.
the programs. Yeah.
The part of the rental housing mediation program problem to me is that people have an issue and then they hopefully hear about our program and then think our program is going to help, and then use our program by going to our website, which, for what it's worth, it's not a particularly obvious place to get to a rental housing mediation program. As you go to your local government's website, and then among the list of programs, there is a program that looks like it's like a high-level page to discuss it, and then it turns out there's a form at the bottom of it that you fill out. The form also, like, I feel like, and this is, I've been on pushback from government, and I've suggested this in the past, it's been reasonable. I understand the complaints about doing this sort of thing, but wouldn't it be cool if your government was more proactive? And so I see people on UCSB 3 for sale post about problems, and then I feel like, okay, I should like ask them, like, if you your local government, you know, if it's a program that might help you.
I saw your comment yesterday.
Oh yeah, and I feel like instead of necessarily trying to like generally or generically advertise the program, maybe we could try to seek out conflict and solve it. And again, this is the thing where I've talked to, it's a reasonable, like, excuse me, on the opposite version of this, is that people don't like to hear, hello, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Like that's, that's like the classic thing that you're like, no, go away. I've suggested proactive government to the county before, and they've like, no, the last time we tried that, we got sued, not about this sort of topic, it was about sewer stuff. So, but like, I feel like there's something about this program where it should be really useful. It's like, when you think about problems in Isla Vista, I feel like the landlord-tenant conflict problem in the area is one of the top. It's a rental housing slum, and we have a program with a Is that actually happening? I know, like, it's not.
Mediation. Like they will not agree to the mediation, so that it never happens. Like, so we get the request, but they have nothing to compel them. But the landlords have bought in one way, which is they have their tenants who have conflicts with each other. They send them to us, and they do know about the program. And they might not want to deal with those problems. Move over.
For us, in San Francisco, the rental housing board, and had like wanted something like that. Able to, by the way, I only got 3 hours of sleep last night, so that's my version of it. I'm a little bit hyper confined.
You're doing great.
So the San Francisco Rental Housing Board is able to actually require people to do things in the sense of like, oh, there's a problem and the landlord didn't show up to the mediation. I guess now we're going to make your rent go down by $300 a month until the landlord shows up to this mediation. And that was a power that was like seemed really awesome to have, something you won't really get as a community services cert. And so Gus helped me able to get this rental housing mediation program. And we ended up bringing the Santa Barbara Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, I think it's a different name now, to the AB3 meetings. And one of the things they come up, one of the issues that which I ended up identifying that was kind of really awkward there is that we think about the problem as like another. We're trying to help the renters deal with problematic landlords, and who is one of the mediators at the Santa Barbara Rental Housing Mediation Task Force? It's Chuck Eckert. And so I was kind of pointing out that, like, is this even like a functional thought process to have the landlords as the mediators between the, and the argument that I remember hearing, which actually I felt was somewhat convincing and was actually like somewhat heartfelt from the person who was working here, was that by having the like, first of all, not only are they trying to be somewhat neutral, so the idea of having landlords is like maybe not a fundamentally bad thing, but by having some landlords in the mediation process, it makes the process feel more approachable by the landlords themselves. So they actually feel like they're able to, they'll come to the table. So the landlord is a mediator even in the process. And but the thing that was so important was just getting 2 people at the table, because once you got 2 people at the table, you could actually have a conversation. Even if you feel like the mediator is biased, the mediator can't force anything anyway. And so the thought processes that I have from all of that, the reason I kind of flag Ross is, first of all, can we put some kind of ordinance in place? Because I know you've talked before that we have ordinance and ancillary ordinance power with relation to things that we have. Now, while we might not have like rental control or land things and various things, do we have the ability to put in some kind of ordinance that would like maybe like think like a flat fine from the mediator if the landlord didn't want to show up to a mediation? Like, do we have some way of like creating an ordinance surrounding our program to provide some force to it?
Maybe.
And then would it be beneficial to rethink again, like maybe try to bring people back to the Santa Barbara Rental Housing Mediation Task Force again, figure out how they're getting landlords to the table, because they do succeed in getting landlords to the table, including Isla Vista landlords that are classically brought up as issues, and try to work with them on figuring out, because maybe like we ended up going with like people from the legal, like we were recommended for legal housing aid and everything, and maybe that was actually the wrong path. Maybe we should have actually thought more about these political problems that we're experiencing in some sense. So those are my 2 pitches. Actually, I guess 3 pitches. You can go back and include the one about us trying to be proactive government and actually like, seeking out individuals who are having conflicts and trying to convince them to show up.
I think we'll do that with the outreach coordinator for Sure,
In
that
what?
could be, the outreach coordinator for the mediation program. I think that could be a way to accomplish that. Is go door to door and say, you have a problem right now.
Well, and if we made the program more effective, then people would find out about it.
Agreed. And one thing we discussed a couple of years ago when we were first rolling this out is we looked at examples of different ordinances that were in place. And aside from the type of ordinance that you just described with like a fine if there wasn't participation, one ordinance that's on the books in certain cities is a requirement for landlords to include information on the mediation program in their lease. And that's something that perhaps if we do have a pathway towards some sort of ordinance, that could be a low-hanging fruit that we start off with. I think at the time our feeling was we did want to get the program up and running and have success under our belt, which I still feel that way a bit before we move towards an ordinance. And I think that the community or the program coordinator position will help us a lot with that. But once we do establish some more of that credibility from just having positive outcomes, I would love to see potential ordinance tools.
It just feels like you're getting blocked on the positive outcomes by them not showing up to mediations. And
Yeah.
so you might not, you might actually have like a catch-22 there if you tie them together.
I do like your idea about meeting with other successful rental mediation programs to learn what works for them and how they do get engagement from population. I think that'd be helpful.
And I'll add to that point that my understanding based off of just casually calling on the Santa Barbara is that this is a challenging program to run, even if you are a city that has a fairly, board composed of landlords, city staff, tenants, and it's something that I think that they're grappling with as well. So I don't know if there's a magic bullet here, but I like this idea of exploring some sort of an ordinance, and I think that maybe one way that might help start the conversation on that is to get more people at the table. A group of tenants, a group of landlords, other folks that live in Isla Vista, to really, I think, have those dialogues. Because I think even there's a lot of value between the parties coming together in sort of a public forum just to talk generally about some of the issues that people experience. While I don't want to do sort of a both sides equation of the two sides, because there's a huge power imbalance here, there are different perspectives at play that either sides might not know about, and it would be helpful to just have that dialogue start as a precipitation towards exploring other options like that. But huge support to the more proactive outreach. I don't view it as risky for us to go out and try and tell people, hey, you have this problem, we have this service that can solve it. I think that that's definitely doing our due diligence.
I think that was an original idea, was to do a macro mediation. So that we should maybe do that. Sayer even brought it up with you first.
And I know that Sayer did perform a sort of know your rights training, which I thought was really helpful years ago. I think it was pretty well attended by the community. So I see it kind of as the same thing as that. But I think, Carrie, you hit the nail right on the head that we're not seeing the buy-in from the landlords, but we also have to be proactive. I think trying to help get them to the table with these broader things before, so that we can build up the trust with the mediation program.
We do have some landlords who are friendly and partners on this. Sierra likes this program. I know they've, Michelle, the president, has been active. She's come to all our past town halls in 2019 and 18 on it. So we have some ends, I think. And yeah, one idea is also can we do a mailing call to landlords just to inform them about the program directly. We've never done a direct communication like that. And one other thing it's not on here that Sayer developed is a different kind of execution of the program. Is we created a roommate contract so that you can set that in place with your roommates at the beginning of the year and kind of proactively reduce conflict. So that's another maybe way to track this. are people using that contract? And maybe we have a way to get that out in a big way in August and September of the year. So
I'm wondering if there's a way for us to incentivize people to fill that out and then send it back into us or send
that's a
a
great
take a
idea.
pledge that they've
That's a
signed.
great idea.
I know when Sayer developed that, it made me think of my experience moving to the Orange at UCSB, where they had something similar. There was kind of a roommate agreement about what our lifestyles were like and our expectations for each other about cleanliness and, what time the lights would be turned off, those sorts of things.
I think that would be especially useful for some of the property management companies that have properties that pair strangers together. And they would probably be great folks to pass that out with just the leasing process and move in. And it would probably save a lot of headaches for their property managers.
And it might prevent mediations from happening.
Yes.
A good thing.
Yeah, because like when I think about like friends who are moving in together, I'm not sure that people are going to do that agreement. But if you're taking a chance and moving in with someone you don't know, and it's done like within the moving process, I think that would make sense.
Is there any communication coordination with the UCSB Community Housing Office in this program?
We talked to Jen. Jen, she organized those quarterly landlord meetings,
Right.
and I don't think they happen the same way anymore because of since COVID. But we used to go every quarter when we had before COVID. And we presented on the program then.
What is the current political relationship between, not like descriptive of, or it's actually the opposite, not prescriptive in the sense of how we would expect it to work, but I mean like the actual feelings on the ground between our program and these guys. You know what I mean?
I think it's generally good relationship. Like they know about us, they refer people to us. That's the main relationship, is a referral. They'll tell them to come to us if they consult.
I know like 4 years ago it was tense.
I think those staff at AS aren't there anymore. It was career staff. It wasn't the students who actually had a problem with it. The students wanted us to do it actually.
Are we still talking about rental housing?
We can go to another.
I was thinking on the Ivy Community Center where we had such a great presentation last meeting. But one of the things I thought would be a metric is the number of repeat people coming, repeat programs or repeat people. Yeah.
I don't know. This is just repeat attendees.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Repeat programs. So they had a good experience. They came back to use the facility again.
Sorry. I think this is frozen too.
Well, while we're waiting for the unfreeze, let me ask a question to Carly. Can you describe what soil amendment is?
Yeah, so, soil is like the entire ecosystem. So like there's like mushrooms and, microorganisms and all that kind of stuff. So basically, like a lot of like agricultural practices today, or like having like one main like type of plant across the board, that is soil. So when you add compost, it's like compost bubbles made up of so many different plants put together. So they have like so many different types of like bacteria and stuff eating them. So it's like diversity of bacteria and living things. So when you add compost to dirt, it kind of reintroduces like a life back into the soil. So when soil is like, it's also very fine, like the soil, like when it loses all those nutrients, it starts to emit carbon into the atmosphere. And then when the soil is like super healthy, has a lot of like biological diversity, it becomes like a carbon sink. So basically, like when we recommend soil compost, we're like instead of just saving emissions from not letting this gas go to landfill, we're also like absorbing carbon from the atmosphere into the soil. So that's probably more of an impact than just diverting landfill and then in the soil, because the world's soil is the second largest carbon sink behind the ocean. And I think there is a nuance with our environment and also and I just was trying to read up this like it takes a weird period to our actual practice that all bring the lowest possible. So like that's part of it or just advisors point of views. But that's kind of a long answer.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. And I think it's good because, like you just said, there's that other component of sustainability. When we think of, the front side, they think about it. So that's and I'm wondering, I guess, if there's a sort of a way to put that into like a metric, whether it's measurements that you take in or something like that.
Like I wish, like I think there definitely is, where you see like up to like really smart scientists, like it's like just very complicated to calculate. Even like us calculating the emissions we're saving by diverting the waste in the landfill, like very like loose estimation because like they and also we're only able to calculate the carbon we're reducing by doing that, but technically when food scraps break down in landfills, it emits more methane than carbon, like no low greenhouse gas. There's no way to even calculate that because a lot of like our metrics are really small compared to what their actual impact is, and that's kind of just due to like just lack of development in the like sort of like equations and just complexity of like trying to calculate that.
Well, I think that's a really good assessment. I would definitely encourage you if maybe there's partners with the environmental studies department at UCSD doing sort of audits, sort of carbon emissions that help put that in the metrics, because I think that's an important part of the story.
That's a really good idea. Like I've been thinking about working more with like the researchers at UCSD, so they could be like testing our finished compost to see like where the most quality compost should go, where like the least and all this type of stuff that could really help us with our data.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, have any researchers, whether they're local at this university or like outside, express interest in like what we've accomplished so far? Like people just might be doing research on composting or on carbon emissions, like, oh, I want to see what this work has accomplished.
Not directly us, but like I know that if I reached out, then yes, because I know there are a lot of researchers who are interested in composting, but just like no one reached out to us directly, but I've seen like LA Compost, I know a lot of like organizations just like us that compost labs. I'm pretty sure the Department of Public Works is they're trying to find a researcher to do that, so I that's another way I can collaborate with them.
Yeah, it seems like we are at a really interesting size for like different neighborhoods to accomplish versus like you mentioned Los Angeles with a much larger footprint and a lot more infrastructure behind their program, but it could be a model to show like, oh, this is the type of, A-level success that a community of this size can accomplish. Here are some of the steps we took, and then other communities start to build from that. Because we have such an impressive program, we've already accomplished so much so quickly.
So do you want to talk about a little bit like how we would extend the program and the limits?
Yeah, so I was actually just writing this up. So basically there's like 3 factors that kind of go into like expanding to more houses, which is dirt rider capacity, speed of decomposition, and compost pile space. So if we were to add more compost piles right now, we still couldn't add any more houses because our dirt riders are at capacity, which is not an hours they have budgeted. If we were to add more compost piles and dirt riders, we really still wouldn't be able to add like that many more houses. Because right now, like the amount of time that I have to spend on compost, on maintenance of your compost piles, like 5 to 10 hours a week. But it's like, I swear, I could use the 10 to 20 hours doing that, which would make it taking photos a lot faster. So it's like, I'm like proposing that we have either we take on more maintenance at the compost piles or hire someone to start doing more maintenance at the piles, because if we have someone doing that, we would need more compost piles. we would just need more dirt riders to be picking up, but like our food would be decomposing with that. So those are kind of like the three factors that play into like having a house system.
Thank you for sharing. That's super helpful to help us understand.
And then just a quick update, I just ran the numbers and we composted 8,300 pounds this last quarter, which is a new record. And we also just finished our Food on Wheels event last weekend and we collected 533 pounds. About half of that to clean up all of the installations and then we're in the process of the rest. Any other questions? I can send you and I'll send you this.
How many people are on the wait list?
Chloe, the student director, is the one who manages the wait list, is the last I checked with the. And like, I know people are always asking, like, I bet if it's like with capacity, like, I bet like at least 5 people. Like, totally want to do it, like, everyone wants to do it, it's just, I think we would have more people on the wait list. I think a lot of people know the wait list, like, people are like, to get on it, I don't know, but, I think it's like,
And I'm trying to mention at the board meeting a couple weeks ago how far back the wait list goes, like the last person's time, the first person's time, that still is waiting.
yeah, I will have to double check that. I think Chloe knows the answer to that, but I think she said this a few months ago. Like, I don't think it's 3 years, but I think that in the next 2 weeks, I want to stay on the wait list because I think it's a little unorganized right now, but I just haven't, like, since I started, I haven't taken that on in Chloe's role, but I think that I could organize it a lot more and make sure to have all these staff and stuff. Better, but right now I think the list is very often, but I'll have to check with Chloe on that. Like, I know she updates it every quarter, but I don't know if she like deletes. I'll just have to see, but that's definitely an area.
Before I ask my have such a large backlog as we are like waiting list because we don't have the capacity to take on this time. The people who are signing up to doing this, do you think any of them, not necessarily all of them, do you think any of them would be interested in paying for such a service? Or is it just something that they're willing to do to help the environment, but because it's free?
I think they would be interested in paying for it, but like, so if they pay for it, are you thinking like then we would hire more people who work in?
Yeah, I'm just like thinking like the future of scaling up this program. Like imagine if you had every household doing that, but we're not going to have the budget to do every household.
Yeah.
But if we figure out the program and organize it well enough so that we can start having it generate the revenue required to pay for itself, then we could start really scaling it. And if there's some subset of the community that is willing to pay to have compost, then we could start signing those people up, then use the money we're making from that to hire more people, to sign more people up, as opposed to being in the state of, well, we're at capacity, can we allocating more budget towards it?
I think that has like pros and cons. As pros, obviously, it's really easy way to pay for service, but cons is just like it's kind of like I just think it's really cool that our service is free, just especially because the community is addressing and the environmental justice aspect of it. But I think another option we have also is to maybe use that maybe just a very small fee, and then on top of, I think we should use self-managed compost. And I have been working on that. It's just a little complicated because obviously I'm not extremely familiar with business licenses or what would have to go in with the legal stuff. But I'm pretty sure I figured it out that we don't have to do anything that's too easy. But obviously it's $1 market year and a half for researchers testing our compost, so we get guaranteed calls and stuff like that. I think we can start selling compost.
I'm excited by that also. I guess in general, then my high level question to the program and feedback about it is to think through how we can make it scale past our ability to fund it with utility user tax. And whether that be my comments about charging for the service, or your idea of charging for the compost, or where if we actually get around to pushing LAFCO on activating trash powers and then renegotiating our trash contract in order to be able to have funding to fund our thing. There's something about it, like, in order to make it, because it's so sad that we've got this great functioning program that's at capacity, and I don't think we have enough money to throw at it in order to make it what it could be. So.
Well, we talk about how fees. So fees are typically established. There are two ways. There is a fee that is beneficial to the property, and that goes through the assessment process that's property. Otherwise, the fee, do a fee study to see how much it costs to actually provide that service, and that's where the service is being provided to anyone. Anybody coming up and using the service pays the same thing. There's no special benefits for that particular property. And that is more of an administrative task where we see how much it costs for that district, for that legal entity to provide that service, and then you charge a fee that recoups your costs. You can't make a profit, but you can cover your expenses. You can build into that a lot of different financial tools to make sure that you're not losing money on the provision of that service.
And doing a fee study like that would lock us into having to charge the amount that would be all the costs if we wanted to factor in affordability.
Correct. You can make exceptions for based on standards that are established by the state for providing benefits to the homeowners. Yeah, you can make those kinds of exceptions for reduced fees. Same way that you do utilities, like for electric, gas, or whatever. There are state criteria that you can just say, if you meet the criteria for these state programs, the criteria are low cost or no cost category for this particular service.
Would you do like a tiered system of like, if your house is this big, it would be, like more compared to if it's two people in, a one-room apartment?
Provided that the fee study locates the objective factors for establishing that, yes.
It can be covered, right? We know how many people are in the child support, we'll have to talk about.
Right, that's essentially that's the basic main metric.
Yeah, house on BP.
Yeah, like a 19.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've ever asked you to look into this, so I'm just curious to know, like, what's the cost and time that you estimate for putting together a fee processing system? Because we don't have that.
I've never done anything like this.
Yeah, I think that's a big.
You most likely you contract with their consultants who do these studies, and they are targeted for a particular type of service. So partner fee study versus development impact fee study versus Health Records Act, cost recovery. So the case by case. The other thing for the board to take into consideration is the adoption of SB 1383, which is the calendar cycle that was adopted in 2016, but it just went into effect on January 2022. So now a lot of our municipal clients or city clients are developing model ordinances for composting, renewable natural gas, electricity, and the creation of paper. And for those municipal entities, whether that be a special district or a city or a county that provide waste services, sanitation services, you're going to be required to provide this diversion program. So this is a long way of saying West Sanitary may have an interest in some type of a partnership because it will help them meet their composting goals. And it might be an area for potential collaboration, joint powers authority, or something along those lines that helps reach your goals and providing the service to more people. It also helps sanitary district do what they're trying to do. That may not necessarily require activation of our laptop. Just an idea.
And I think it's helpful, and I think Ethan brought up at one of our past meetings about SB 1383 that in Santa Barbara County, the landfill already meets and exceeds the requirements, and so it doesn't go into effect the same way it does in some other parts of the states. Just for context for us to think about.
Right, but I think what Carly mentioned earlier about the benefits, like in addition to just the greenhouse gas emission reduction, but also keeping the soil local, like I think that really speaks to the importance of us still investing heavily in this program and expanding it, even though as a community we're already doing well on compost.
And again, to me, it seems like it would really put us on the map. It
Yeah.
seems like it's very splashy and it's very compelling and cutting edge and modern. And I think we get a lot of publicity out of it.
And I think too, we're helping form habits for a generation of people, and they'll be taking those habits wherever they go in life. Is our goal with that. So,
It does do very well when it comes
yeah,
to the way it improves. Very.
Thank you so much.
absolutely. And I guess my last comment would be, I see a lot of room for, at least the two approaches that were brought up, with fee or selling the compost, seems like one with fee is pretty administrative in words. I would personally not quite be there yet, but I like the idea of selling compost. And I appreciate your comment too about the environmental justice of how do we factor that in terms of helping sustain the program and preserving that quality that we have.
And two just very quick points on this program. One, I think this has been amazing for just building our community connections and outreach. This program has introduced us to so many people in the community who we might not have had another connection with. So that's been really powerful to see. And then number two, I think there's a great opportunity here for just education on broader sustainability practices, because we have this weekly contact with all these community members, plus a very extensive online presence. How do we use that platform to not only do the composting program, but also just raise community awareness and get better outcomes on sustainability? Who knows, maybe we find that a lot of the folks who are committed to reducing their food waste are also interested in getting part out of IB or helping us meet some of our other environmental goals.
And I also have the idea, like, especially with things like SB1383, like, a lot of like the scratch we get sometimes looks very edible. Like, I think some people are really on a trip or something, discarding composting, which is obviously better than doing the scratch, but it's still like kind of sad to see it in there. And so I was thinking, like, I don't even think this would be like an increase in our capacity. Like, I think we could do this on the same capacity where we offer, like, you could sign up for, like, you have all of our dirt rider shifts posted publicly, and if you, like, have some produce you want to get rid of for a trip or something like that, you could sign up for, like, one of the dirt rider shifts. So it's not like a separate filming thing, and then the dirt rider can just pick up that food and bring it straight to like the community fridge or something on the way back. There's like a few health department concerns that I'm not sure what would be, like, if that would make it possible, but that would be like a cool way to add more justice in their program and more like food recovery instead of like I think with compost that's like the same thing that we produce, recycle with like plastics and stuff. Like compost would be like the third option. You should try to like use your food in other ways, you know, like so try to and then compost. So I think it would be cool to add a little bit more like food recovery aspect.
That's a really good idea. And it's awesome to hear that it sounds like potentially something that will be happening now.
Especially because it's so easy to drop off donations.
And for our board that might not be aware of the community fridge,
One, two.
Okay, good. So it's just like a. Here?
Some more.
Yeah.
Family house.
Right off the side on the sidewalk that you can drop stuff off at or pick stuff up.
Well, there has to be someone in charge, because I've seen that application from. We can find out who that person is.
I'd like to follow up on a question that Spencer asked a little earlier, which maybe I misunderstood because he seemed satisfied with the answer. But then I'm going to ask the no-go of the question. I need to hear about the same thing. Sounds like there'll be something you would have to, you probably have to have. And so when that question got asked, and John's, yeah, something new, and then Ross started talking about contracting out for these studies. But if you were to actually accepting money from people potentially
the whole thing.
complaining to them that they didn't give us the money that they were supposed to give us a few months ago.
Cash control.
Yeah, how do governments, I mean, you also dealt with other governments, how do governments get into doing that sort of thing?
They have finance people, they have folks who, are looking at, they take the fee study, and as a function of doing the budget, finance people then break out the different services that are provided for a fee, and then they set up payment methods. Come in during office hours and give us a check.
Are the companies that contract out though the process of collecting all that money, like as like internet startup, I know how I go about doing it, but I feel like it's a very weird way of doing it.
There's a lot of vendors, there's so
Yeah.
many. They're at all the conferences, they're like, here's a way to accept
Yes.
payments for this.
Okay, cool.
Okay, well, I think this has been a good discussion on the compost collective. And just again, thank you for all your work that you're doing on this, and the dirt riders and the rest of the folks who want to. It's so incredible to see the program grow, and what it's become, and where it's headed for the future. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you, yeah, I love it. It's really fulfilling and like, it's just so nice to like know, like, or at least to me, in my opinion, it's like, it's a perfect service, like nothing we're doing like for show or something, you know, like everything we're doing is so real and so like helpful, that it just feels good. Thank you all.
On different service then. You've got high-level thoughts of things like on some of these, such as appreciation of property values, reduction of crime rates. Some people seem interested in my vision of rental housing mediation, of sentiment between landlords and renters. For Ivy Spring Festival, these are all very concrete things, but I've heard people in the past talk about things that felt more like decrease in cost allocation from the sheriff's department towards local safety, decrease in the number of house parties that are unsafe and need to get. And I'd be interested in having those be back tied to here if we're going to keep trying to push on this, because that is what everyone always defends me as like those things. They should be here.
Yeah, I just ran out of room. I think they're in the other chart, like reduction in transports and all that. But yes, we will add, definitely a great idea.
And I do think that we should be careful on how we phrase it, because some of these things, especially public safety related, are not things that we have direct control over. It's not things that we can affect. In fact, there's things that very few people in all of Santa Barbara County have any control over too. So I think that's an important thing to know when it comes. I'm even looking at the IV safety solutions metric, where one of them is reduction in crime rates, which I definitely think that is our vision. Is there a way that we can have that be a metric tied directly to the safety stations? I think it maybe just needs some massaging in terms of how it's phrased. Yeah. And to just add on to that too, one thing that Catherine and I have been talking about a lot over the past week, given all of the horrific stories that were coming out around the attempted kidnapping, is that we were wondering, is there a way that we can measure people's feelings of safety and security as well? I think that ties a lot into our work around street fighting as well.
It's what the first question on the survey is, how do you feel safe now? What's your level of safety? Your budget safe is the first question you can do.
If we could go into the safety stations service area real quick, just pay a little more attention. few thoughts and priorities I have here. So first, just getting our third location up ASAP, which I recognize that we are making progress with our district, and that's good on a lot of fronts. But I also realize we just have to stand this up as soon as possible. And I realize it's not just their issues. There's also a staffing issue with CPD. And perhaps as folks are connected to a lot of the potential workers, we have to do some more outreach to help them recruit. But those issues aside, like I do think we have to get that third station up as soon as possible. I've thought about, like, while the parks are a great resource for us to set up, there are other locations too. Specifically, if we're thinking about targeting the northeast quadrant, other than Grief Park, perhaps we could get a partnership with one of the religious institutions to set up in their parking lot or right-of-way area, whether that's Hillel, St. Mark's, St. Mike's, and that way we're still getting set up in that area that we haven't upgraded yet. Perhaps that's a temporary fix, or maybe we find that one of those locations works really well long-term. Similarly, when we're looking at kind of this western side of Isla Vista, I mean, I think there are a lot of great parks that would be awesome to set up in, but also maybe it's a partnership with the teen center, maybe with the Methodist Church, maybe with a property provider like Campus 880. So I just want to make sure that we are moving as quickly as possible, because ultimately my goal is that when we this service is fully up and running and expanding. And then another point I'd like to bring up on safety stations is I think a lot of the outcomes that we have right now are really good, but one more that I'd like to understand better is how the CSOs interact with other safety personnel. So like we've heard the stories when there have been dig incidents about there's this major safety issue and the CSOs were able to call law enforcement or call medical. I'd like to know more about the routine interactions there, like CSOs saw someone in need of medical assistance, called in an ambulance team. I think that helps make the case for the success of the program a lot. So that would be something good to have metrics throughout the year. And then finally, I think we've done a really good job of making the CSO stations more approachable. I know Spencer and I go out and speak with them frequently, and really cool crew that works them, really bought into the mission. And they've also done a great job on their social media. But I think going forward, we can make even more progress there. A big part of that may be having more partnership for student organizations and other groups as well. But for me, I see this as a program that we do reach a lot of people through whenever it is set up. So as we scale up more, it's just more folks that we're meeting and helping.
I really appreciate those comments, and I'll just say too, on the idea of sort of approachability and interacting with the public, from speaking with CSOs, it's really cool to see that they're having these conversations amongst themselves as well. And a lot of what they're doing on social media with having a separate presence, kind of a separate brand, is kind of to try and respond to that issue about how they can walk the line of being affiliated with law enforcement and a part of law enforcement, but not seen as actual law enforcement officers, seen more as a resource that's there to help. And I just want to highlight that because I think it's really cool to see people, our CSO employees who are, our hourly employees and their students, really thinking critically about these same things. And I think it would be great for us to hear from them once we have that report come back to our board in this budget process.
And then one more thing I'd add on really quickly is I think we do have a little bit of a gap in service of one of our traditional partners, which is the UCIV program out of AS. Historically, that's been a really powerful program, and I think it's kind of these two programs have been complementary of each other. I'm a little bit nervous going into Deltopia without that program. I mean, I think what we have planned is good, and we'll do a good job. But the missing link of having those student ambassadors walking around is something that I think we're gonna wanna figure out how to fill, whether that's working with new AS leaders to get that back up and running, or see how our district might play a more active role in that type of function. No, and I would say it kind of fizzled out before the pandemic.
I do know that the student health has the student ambassadors, the health ambassadors, that kind of formed as a result of COVID.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that.
You know, can't really see.
They really do. Okay, are we back?
Yeah.
Yeah. Part of it too is the reality that people have many different options, and inflation is happening and wages are going up. Is that a policy decision for us to think about in terms of the wage that's on?
They are raising the wages in the CSS, so they'll be coming back to us.
And so right now, what is it, 16, 20? 17, 20, and then it'd be going up to 18, 20? Okay.
Yeah, but
For leading edge, go out for candidates, or do we want to sort of be in the middle of the market or lag behind? At least, I guess personally, I see us as helping them be at the leading edge so that they are one of the highest paying job markets that can attract a lot of applicants and a lot of really good applicants that are interested in this work. So because the staffing has been, I know, a huge challenge.
yeah, they sometimes do one station, but they only have enough.
My understanding is that that's how it's been for a while now, right?
No, they have two most of the time. Sometimes it's one.
Yeah, okay.
Are they always the same CSOs for the safety station, or is that rotating?
A lot of the same. Like people sign up for that, and some people really like it.
And so I think what Spencer's saying is that maybe we could increase to a third station if we had more CSOs, right? So, but how would you increase the pay of the CSO if they're part of another program? How does that work?
No, they're gonna increase the whole.
They're gonna increase, okay. So you're not saying that some on the safety station?
No, I think the wage as a whole should
Right.
go up. And I know that the wage is something that we agree to in our MOU.
Oh, got it, got it.
That's really quick. Thanks for 12:30, and we only have until like an hour and a half. What do you guys want to do for lunch? You need to order?
I'm getting hangry.
Yeah. You want to go take a break to support our IV businesses, or you want to order something?
Could we order from the IV?
Yeah, I could order.
Yeah,
one
on
stock.
camera.
Have a working lunch?
I love it. I love it.
What's that?
At least muted.
Could we turn the camera off if we're eating?
Do you guys want to order with stocks or you guys?
I'm not thinking what
I really want to make one.
We get.
Were you smelling them when you came in?
No, but I've been dreaming. I literally think I had a dream about it last night. A long time ago. I know.
Well, let's take a break. I'll order the food. We'll get here.
Is somebody gonna be here the whole time? I'm just thinking of leaving stuff.
I can be for-
Yeah. Okay, so how long do we want to say?
Well, let's just take like a 15-minute
All
break.
right, so we're gonna recess.
Well, I'll go get the food.
Go get pizza?
Let's get.
No.
They'll come. For sure. Yeah, we'll wait for Jay. Okay, so do we have anything else on services to talk about? We talked a lot. There were a couple
I've
of.
got a, multiple times in the discussion of services, surveys came up. And I'm not certain how we're doing this. This might be totally off-base comment, but I am concerned by the scientific basis of our surveys. I mean, if we're going to do or rely on, honestly, if we're just going to spend any time or effort on it all, doing surveys, I feel like we want to do something that's like randomly selected people that we can try to construct maybe a demographically diverse panel or something. But if we just have like, we send something out to a lot of people and we take back whatever responses we happen to get, or we table or put it on our website, I'm just like, I feel like it's negative data. Like we receive information from that and then we do things based on it, but there's inherently so many selection biases on that that we'd be better off if we did not have that data and making our decisions.
We've done the budget survey that way for the last 5 years. We couldn't change it this year, but it would be something to change in the future.
So one difference, for what it's worth, is that we've been talking about surveys of like trying to see shifts in sentiment and things like that. If the goal is just brainstorming from the community, then it's not as big of a deal. And I feel like a lot of times the budget surveys are like, what are some things you care about? Oh, we didn't even realize people were caring about this topic. It can still be dangerous if we feel like, oh, a lot of people responded to that. A lot of people responded to that because they were particularly interested. One of the people told a bunch of other people to respond to the survey and bothered to fill it out. There are okay ways of using selection biased surveys.
Yeah. Yeah, if we wanted to do something more formal, it would be like a next fiscal year thing.
And I'm wondering too, if there's maybe like CSDA or other like government outreach sort of organizations that have maybe some professional development training on what best practices in the industry are, because I'd want to try to mimic that rather than trying to reverse engineer like a sort of doing that. Okay. Do we have anything else on programs and potential metrics of success? Overall, these are great. I think it's really helpful to see them all laid out right here together too. So I think we can move on to the next, which is the assessment of room and space.
Yeah, and then this is pretty similar to last time, but it has some changes in thought processes behind our space use. All right, cool. This is going way faster now. So our current space, we've got our district office. This is like status quo, pre-COVID, I guess, even. So we have that office, which everyone should go check out. It's super clean now. Maya led that up. It's super clean. I mean, there's like a massive pile of papers on my desk, but that's clean because they're all in one place. We'll organize them eventually. So we have our office. That's on the first floor there. Connected to our office, we have a smaller space that it is physically part of the office, but it is divided, and that's what we found for good. In the back, we've got our Survival Resource Center space, which we helped furnish and actually finish that room. It was an unfinished room in the building whenever they had built it. We've got the upstairs, which is Suite 201A, which is like a small office, unoccupied, and then we have the Suite 202B, which is like a bigger, medium-sized workspace. Both of those are empty. They used to be used by Ivy Youth Project, and we had paid for their staff to work in the community center, but that was like their offices. But that's not the case anymore. The office for Maya is here now. We moved the desk here from that room. And then we have the community room and the community center. I didn't put it in the community center. So we have both of these. Some ideas for the future is first making our office into more of a community engagement hub. Like people will still work there. There'll be office hours for all the staff to be there at different times, but making it like that outward facing kind of space instead of an inward facing space. Keep giving the office, the side office to Ivy Beautiful and AmeriCorps. The Survivor Resource Center hasn't been used by STESA directly in 2 years, and they're not, last time Maya spoke, if you want to fill in Maya, we spoke to them and they're not planning to return to in-person services anytime soon. We just don't know when that will be. So it has been unused space for 2 years, and there are other groups who've had interest to provide similar services, like private therapy or confidential interpersonal violence services. So the Thriving Initiative is one of them. So there are ideas of how we can use the space to deliver other confidential services, because it is a very nice space, and it's empty 99% of the time, like maybe 99.99% of the time it's been empty. And even when it wasn't COVID, at SESA maybe used it like 3 times. So I don't know. I mean, it's on them to have their clients meet them there. Like we can't control that, what they do and what their clients request. But we probably want to figure out how do we use this really nice space that's calming and therapeutic. So we have some other spaces. So we have the suite upstairs, the small one. Maya focusing. I don't know if Maya, you want to comment on any of these as I'm going, if I missed any of your points.
I can't read what it says.
You can come up here. You can pull up a chair. Yeah, pull up a chair. So
Okay.
what
We
some
want to
ideas.
see a PowerPoint. We want to see what you
Yeah.
did.
I know.
Yeah.
Let me pull my PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Look at you, laser pointer.
Okay, so yeah, we kind of talked about the office space upstairs maybe being like a function for like a Jonathan's office, like being our manager, it's very small, so it'd be a little small to have more than one person in there. But we also could use that as like almost like a historical, we have a lot of old paperwork and things that is like very sentimental to the foundation of like forming IVCSD. And so kind of having a place to store all of that, organize it, maybe find a way to display some things in a safe place, that was kind of the idea for that space. And then the one adjacent to it, which is like the longer room that once used to be an office, but most of us work remotely coming in, like I'm in the center, and then we thought maybe having office hours, we don't really have a need for another office. So we were thinking of turning it into like a conference room where we could use it, as staff meetings and as a board, we could use it to meet there. But then in addition, we could also have other people have meetings there and maybe do like a support group style. There's been like very brief talks of maybe starting some AA meetings. And having a very confidential space that's a little bit detached from the rest of the community for a lot of those types of support groups would be really nice. But again, that would have to be someone that's a partner with us or someone we would allow multiple accesses through the building. So won't be as open, but to trustworthy people, yeah, it's a cool option.
And I'm sorry to
Yeah.
butt in, but as you're talking, do you think, Jonathan, you can bring up just the floor plan so that people can see for the upstairs space? There's no floor plan.
They're never.
I can explain the size to you though.
Really?
And
I've never
can also
seen
I
show
feel like I've seen it a lot.
like the counties, like renderings of the building. Yeah, I don't have that. I don't know where that is.
Okay,
I went to this building.
that's okay.
I think we have our downstairs office. I don't think that's.
Got it, okay.
Isn't that blueprint your public record? Some, not easy to find, right?
It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get measurements and stuff for that room. The balcony space, so this is something that we share as a common area also with the clinic. And I think CAPS as well right now. So it's more like a common area, but right now it definitely will need like cleanup. I think we have some things back there that don't work, some old furniture that we can really and I've talked to Katie with the Edible Campus program. And letting them know when it would happen. but we would slowly build up building the garden, and then 3. So Suite 202 is not actually vacant. IVYP, essentially, it's like, I think there's like, yeah, there's 2 like, so I've talked to a couple before, and a lot of it would be nice for breakout style events. So similar to what we have on Zoom that we're all very used to now, but in person, being able to have like breakout rooms or even have some form of childcare for some of those, have like separate rooms. I have learned from some of our partners that having children in the space still is kind of a lot, even if they have something to do. Because they're loud, they want to play. So maybe having that closed off but closed space would be nice. Some of the things that you already see on the slide is just community room is more smaller gatherings. This is a smaller space, a little bit more intimate for those kind of groups. Or things, you know, like the dance classes and stuff. And where we want to put a lot of people because we can really spread people out in the space. Where the theory room is just a little smaller. And that's basically what this says, just getting a little bit more into the nitty-gritty of what that would look like for the future.
And if we occupy, oh, sorry, we talked. Oh, I was gonna say, if the district occupies some of these spaces or leases them out to partners, does that further cement our relationship with the county in terms of the lease and all that?
In terms of police?
The lease.
Oh, the lease.
Yeah.
So how it works right now is that we have one lease for that building and one lease for this. They're 2 separate ones. There was a point where we were negotiating one lease that would have been for both. So right now, if we want another suite, it just amends our lease to add it. One like structure we were working under like 2 years ago, we were potentially going to manage the entire building was that tenants would lease from us. Right now, tenants would lease directly from the county rent. What we had been thinking about, and it was even structured into our budget at one point, was that we would collect all the rent from the suites, like from the clinic, IVU projects when they were still there, and the CSB, and then there would be like a surplus and we use that to help the buildings. But right now, if we were to entice another tenant to come in and pay that $22,000 a year, they would be paying it to the county. So, but that under the current system, or if we took it, it would just be a lease amendment to our lease.
Any other questions on space?
We're not strapped for space. I don't think that came out through this. We actually have space we want to use. See how we can do that job.
We do, and well thought out plan. I'm even thinking back to some of our first conversations that we had as a district was, well, where are we going to put the office? And started out with just one low corner, and now because we continue to grow, it's good to see. Love the ideas for trying to utilize some of that space in the upstairs for service provision as well as just like part of administration stuff too. So.
High level verification checksum summary question. No one is in that building right now except for us and our partners.
Us and our partners, no, UCSB rents upstairs.
Which one?
UCSB rents, none of, they're not, it's not listed on here.
Oh, okay.
It's
That's-
suite
that's the-
203. Yes,
Okay,
suite 203.
that's the computer now. It's like,
Yeah.
it's like, nothing here says that.
Yeah,
It's our space.
I guess we could have put it in, but this is more about our.
Yeah,
business.
that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Jake can hold the
And then
camera.
I guess what is the lawn here.
Right.
Is this pretty big space. We've talked about the garden, they're part of the clinic pretty much. And the very bad.
It's very bad.
Carrie feels it's like it's very holy, very uneven, and the dirt is very sandy, so maybe the car was
Need
talking about is
Yeah.
yeah. And it's just unkempt, very dirty. No one cleans it, no one takes care of it. We're talking to a landscaper on Wednesday, Wednesday, who could at least like manicure a little bit for the festival.
Hmm.
But there would need to be like more work.
Yeah.
Features on the lawn too. I think it's just put in here, but the lawn is another space.
Say just where the community garden would go? So I thought it was gonna be right here, but it would be more in front of the.
I mean, it's not, nothing's final, we're still, let me
Yes,
show you.
but it would be closer to the clinic. And on that topic too, at some point, maybe we'll have just a conversation on if to see in the garden. A big part of this project that, but is getting the community feedback, seeing what the community wants at this community garden. So, I mean, we've had like, I think I have like a meeting scheduled, just talking with people, our partners, people who use the space, see, okay, well, what do you want the garden for? What do you want to see in it? So it's really like a community project input as possible before we finalize.
And the clinic are okay, the clinic folks are okay with that?
They're one of the groups we meet with.
Yeah, we're talking with them. I think I sent them an email, but I also just told John that I'm just gonna walk inside and see who wants to talk to me, as well, and just work on a plan on getting everyone on board.
We're working with Katie Maynard, the Edible Campus program, set it up. But this is where it could be, so the way our borders were, I wish I could draw on Google, is starting here in this corner, well, my mouse is not gonna follow as fast as I'm gonna talk, but line, path. You kind of see where my, let me just point at the screen. So it starts right here, that's the corner of the building. And then it cuts away.
Got it.
That's about the corner where we have, so we have like a pie shape of this lawn. Diagonal.
Can you just say where we are again? Sorry.
Where we are?
Yeah, where are we right now? We're on the
Small
top.
white square.
We're right here.
Oh, we're right there. Okay.
And this would go like this.
Got it.
So it's a lot of land. It's a
Yeah.
lot of area. It's this whole area right here, this
Mhm.
area right here.
Mhm.
Can I ask a question about the maintenance? So since it's adjacent to the park, the thought I had heard in the past was maybe idea to cut the grass
Sometimes.
sometimes. Okay.
I think they've cut it. This is cut. They cut it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody did it. Probably IVRP did it.
Several times.
But they, they don't do that corner, for example. I mean, it's not like they're obligated to, so I don't think they're not planning on doing it, but like they do it. I think where it overlaps, but maybe as it gets closer to the community center, not as much. And it just gets very dirty. You can't even run a lawnmower if you're doing it that way, because there's a lot of debris where that bike rack is. There's a lot of trash, cigarette butts, and things people are leaving.
I think that gophers.
There are a lot of babies.
This is Calvin Pond too.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Compass.
Sorry. It's a little bit
And
of-
the shade structure is coming in.
Let's do not compost.
The shade structure will come in and it'll only go out to the edge of the patio here.
Mm.
That's one improvement. There've been like talks of like a retaining wall around to like frame the area, but that wouldn't go past that big bush. It'd be closer to the big bush. So that's just been something, but, and then this land here, the way it's graded makes the water flow into the building.
Yeah.
That's a bigger long-term issue than
Yeah.
this.
Where was the light structure that we were like seeking or interested in, or what was our proposed like light pole structure? Was like attached to our building, or was it out on the concrete?
We don't have an idea for that yet. The shade structure comes from the edge here and goes out to the end of the patio, and we'll have lights attached to it, but it'll be just the patio. So light the patio. I guess create a bright point in the middle of the park.
And is it retractable?
Uh,
Or it's permanently?
I like the idea of thinking about how you can utilize the space outside of the concrete to create a larger area that
Yeah.
feels more inclusive of the space. So it'll be interesting to see what the landscape person, what ideas they give you.
Yeah, I think this round of landscape will definitely be like, just make it presentable and not trippable for the festival. I think that's the big concern. One of them.
Yeah.
I mean, it was 100% an uneven path to walk here from Woodstock's back. Like every step I took was uneven. I was like, wow, this is really bad. But we do need to fix that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pizza made it. But it is very uneven out there, and it's different than other, because no one's maintaining it. Like Park District, Little Acorn Park has a lot of gophers too, but the Park District maintains that. So yeah, so that's our space.
Any other questions on space?
Well, I know we've covered it in the board meetings, but being in this room, just great job, Maya. This is wonderful.
Yeah, really.
That's
Better in person than the PowerPoint.
Yes.
Carpets are nice. These were donated, right?
Yeah, these carpets were donated to us from Grace Point.
From where?
Grace Point, they are the church service that comes on Sundays. and
Oh,
on Fridays.
that's nice.
I will also say,
Grace Point.
I will also say, I love seeing the room come alive. It's so cool. And being in person, I think also highlights the things that still need to be handled, such as the baseboards and the floors. And
Yeah.
is definitely something that we should continue to make progress towards.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, I have definitely some suggestions and ideas for that. I'd love to go over and more about whenever we want to talk about it. But yeah, basically just patching them very uneven and then sealing the floors. That's what I had the top. I did it like a shiny, even surface feel. It's both, I believe, the cheapest option, and also I think it would look really nice and keep the integrity of the building. So, we're talking about it. We're definitely-
So just quick, it's 1:30. So we've been having a good time, but I know I told you guys 1:32 would be done, but if you wanted to go,
We never believed you, by the way.
Yeah.
We
You
finished
said it, we all went, right.
after 2 of last year. You did 2 hours.
Yeah, we were on Zoom.
We were on
We're-
Zoom,
we're
yeah.
registered.
Yeah, it's our
What-
first time.
What is everyone's thoughts? Does anyone have time constraints?
I was gonna make a massage appointment, and then I'm like, no, that's just way too optimistic, so I did not.
I'm excited about the idea of finally having a retreat where we do not feel time constrained. We have not, which we, so far in this meeting, have not felt, whether we were or
You're
not.
right.
Because
You are
previous
so right.
retreats, it was always like, you have 5 minutes to talk about this topic. No, we've only got 30 seconds to talk about this topic. And it's like, really, that's rental housing mediation? Nope, 30 seconds.
You know what?
You can't have a second retreat? No, 30 seconds a year. That's all you get.
I don't think I could have said it any better. Okay, we want to move to the next one.
The next thing is the assessment of the district. And so what you all had a chance to like fill out the survey, and I can send you your answers back to you. But this is just a chance to just for you to share, yeah, where you're feeling like, about how you describe the CSD, how you'd like to describe it, the strength, the weaknesses. So I have everyone's answers here who submitted, but it's probably it's too much to just regurgitate it all to you right now. I can send it to you and you can read these answers thoughtfully later. Some of them are pretty long. But maybe you just want to share.
I didn't do this, so I would appreciate to hear what people say.
Yeah.
I also didn't do it. I also didn't do it. So I'm.
You didn't do it either? Who actually did it? Okay, Ross did it. Gold star.
No,
Oh,
yeah, all right.
yeah.
Yeah.
You want a gold star? I have a bagel. Okay, I'll work
It's
on
the
that.
little things.
Okay, I'll work on
Well,
bringing
maybe
gold
it's,
stars.
maybe
next
it'd be
time.
helpful if those of us that do you want the because we've got not just board members but the staff too.
Yeah.
Do we want everyone to go around the room?
Let's
kind of
just do that.
summarize what they said.
Yeah, let's do that. So let's just do it in the order I guess people filled out the survey. That's fair. So Maya, you can start, and then it's Spencer.
A lot of pressure
Fill out
on the
that survey
answers, so that makes sense.
on the weaknesses and strengths. Do you want to maybe go over some of your thoughts on that?
I don't remember exactly what it was. I did.
You can come look at it.
Yeah, I don't remember.
I'm gonna. I'll share this. with
Yeah,
you.
please share.
I'll share it right.
Summarize some of these.
Yeah, just give your thoughts. You don't have to read it,
I
but
sort of think we find
I
it
don't
summarize. I don't want anyone to feel put on the spot that they have to repeat their answers verbatim.
no, not verbatim. No,
Okay.
just like
Or maybe just the highlights.
the highlights.
Yeah,
highlights.
What
What
are
is
your-
It does make you think about stuff.
Okay.
And so when it made you think about stuff, what in particular came to your mind?
The first one is yours, fixing the floors. You mentioned that.
Yeah.
community garden.
For strength, though, I just said like the communication. I feel like being part of like this team and seeing how much we talk about things and get each other's input. I found that really nice being a new employee this past couple months. So it's not something you get in a lot of workplaces. So yeah.
You want to?
Yeah, I think just strong as possible when I'm talking to other orgs. That's a lot of the advice I've gotten externally as well. It's just, making sure that what we have is already great and then expanding. So that's just yeah. Thank you. Let me know if you have any questions. I think you all have this now.
Yeah, everyone's my internet bounced it out again. So Spencer, you want to go? You can do for memory. I'm still trying to share.
Sure, yeah, well,
my
I-
internet's gone.
I have learned the past copy and paste my answers from the notes. So specifically for strengths of the CSD, I wrote that other agencies may be connected to Isla Vista or can work in Isla Vista, but we have both of those things. Plus, we are representative of Isla Vista from our board, but also from our staff. Some of them are residents of Isla Vista, all the way up to our leadership, which is a huge strength. Other things, sticking with the theme of our staff, I wrote responsive, helpful, and capable staff. I really can't sing all your praises enough. You work with us you mentioned communication. I really appreciate how communicative you all are with us to help us have all the information to make the right decisions, taking into account different feedback. So I think that's a huge strength, the strength of our staff. And the last one or two more, financial stability, self-explanatory. And then our community, our residents are diverse, energetic, smart, progressive, and beautiful. They make living here fun, and they make civic engagement happen easily. for weaknesses, the first that I put was the limiting charter that we have with AB3. I think we touched on this a little bit at the beginning, but there are some concerns that come up in the community or services that we may talk about providing that we are limited to actually following through on because of the limitedness of the charter. Some examples include alternative policing models and addressing the housing crisis. Let's see. I think I'm looking at actually last one. Yeah, I looked at my answer for last year, and one of my weaknesses was communications and marketing, and I feel like it just needs to be said that I did not put that as a weakness this year because we've made such great improvement on that, which I think is awesome to see the year-over-year change. So yeah, I feel like that's a pretty good synopsis. I'm just trying to say anything else. Oh, the last thing, there was a question on there about sort of like threats to the IVCSD, and I felt kind of hard trying to figure out how to answer that. But the one that I put last year, and I'll put again this year, is just unfortunately stereotypes and misunderstandings about our community. And I feel like we don't like to talk about it, but there are some negative images and perceptions of Isla Vista and just incorrect ideas about the safety, the residents, and that harms our ability to our programs and services. And unfortunately, sometimes these stereotypes are perpetuated by some of our partners. And I just think that I want to encourage all of us to be able to speak up for ourselves and sort of call in folks that are perpetuating those stereotypes, because I about that we
To stay brief, one of the items that I feel most proud of was that in a question about listing 3 to 5 opportunities for IVCSD, opportunities occur when the external environment is closely aligned with our organizational strength. Our recent various rounds of RFPs and projects like this, like the STEP grant, like the parking study, have put our talents and our persons on display to the larger agencies around us and the community around us. And I see that as like for everything we've accomplished, but also bringing members, new staff, and new board members, getting to be in conversations with different county. We're not and we're fulfilling them. So I see that as like where we're also showing like our neighbors. And then listing our SMART goals, the 3 goals. So, and they're by year. So for 2023, I want to meeting each month and maybe focusing communication with the community, not just during surveys or problems, which I think we're on the road to that, but I want to measure not just attendance to Zoom meetings or meetings in person, but something like that. And then in 2024, engagement during the elective process, so Isla Vistans feel more ownership over the district. And then 2025, away. But those are the 2 points I wanted to share. Most obviously, if people have questions about any of my answers, I'd be happy to discuss.
Carly, do you want to share yours? I just mentioned to you again. Do you want to maybe say back to you?
Yeah. I have it. I did it on my phone, so I just kind of short answers, but basically that I'll just start with the weaknesses, and this is kind of just based on what I do. Like it just seems just like the most pressing issue ever. But obviously, everyone's thinking there's no pressing issue ever. But so that would relate to IVCSD, who's like some kind of, I don't really know what it's called, but like we do politics. For example, the stereo style, it's like how like that just like kind of is like slowness of not necessarily like I don't think necessarily like our politics, but just like our connection with other organizations. I feel like it's like stronger. So that was really using it as a mind, so that's what affects me. Sorry. And then just the airport.
These are the goals for this right here.
Oh yeah, so my goals were just to continue building like a self-reliant community. I think like a lot of like the issues that IB has is just that like we kind of have to rely on ourselves, which is like kind of a problem and kind of like maybe we can find ways to make that like also like blessing kind of, because like I think we do have the ability to be like a self-reliant community, which is like more community gardens and composting and really just keeping things inside. And then I said everybody in the community composting and growing their own food. And then I had community engagement and elimination of alcohol culture, which kind of goes back to what you were saying, it's like healthy community, which I feel like definitely is intertwined with gardens and and reconnecting with nature and stuff like that. So yep, those are my goals.
In action, you listed in action a few times.
That was just basically what I didn't know what to do, but like just like the whole politics. Well, I don't know like what to call it, but just to me it feels like slowness kind of all like the formalities that comes with being government and things like that. But yeah. Yep.
Those are great. Thank you for sharing.
Gary.
Yeah. I'll just highlight a couple of things that I thought about as I was filling out the questionnaire. And one of them was appropriate staffing, and I do feel concerned that we don't have position skills that we need to have. And also I think about fiscal responsibility, and I certainly am very committed to being a good steward of the public's funds. But I believe that as government, we collect funds to do important work for the people, and that it's really our bad if we end up with a lot of money in the bank, because that's not what it should be. It should be out there for the work. So I think that we're not quite appropriately staffed now, although we've made great strides and are continuing to make great strides. And so because of that, we're struggling a bit. And so I think in order to be successful and to create the organization that we see ourselves to be, that's awesome, we need to spend money and get things done, and we have to get it done successfully. And so I'm glad that that isn't a big issue for us now, that we're too tight on funds to do that. And then also, just in terms of what I'd like to see accomplished, I'd really like to see the cultural food station in Ibcs change. And I don't know to what extent we can't muck around in that area, but I feel like it's been an issue forever. And we really need to make some structural changes so that we are not treated like infantile people. And along with that, I really would like to see those terrible ordinances get off the books, the festival ordinance, and so discriminatory to Ibcs, and also that watch party kind of thing, social host, that thing too. I mean, to me, I'm shocked that county council even allows this to be on the books, which is so discriminatory. But I would certainly like to keep working away at that.
And the next, Ross, Kevin.
Yeah. Should be fresher in my mind.
Ross just did it.
So I have the as I have often told each of you individually and sometimes as a group, as the district's lawyer, I don't advise you on policy. And this is about as close to policy recommendations as I will allow myself to get. So my comments are more focused through the lens of how policy decisions affect and intersect with the law on how you all operate. And as a limited power special entity, special district, it's a tough road to hoe, because you don't have all of the powers that people think of that you do. People think that you can do a lot more than you actually legally can do. So I think I'll start with saying how impressed I am that you have done so much with so little, both in terms of power, both in terms of staff, and and also in terms of what you're legally allowed to do. So kind of keep that in mind. What the first one was what you're doing really well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're high functioning. I've used that term, that phrase many, many times. You're a very high functioning board. You're a very high functioning board and staff working together. And that is not something that you necessarily see in organizations that are 5 times your size. And that, as an initial foundation for the culture as this thing grows, is extremely important. And it's going to shape how this district develops in the future. So that's an extremely positive thing.
You'd like this to be.
Yeah, I think the immediate is solidifying staffing needs. This guy works harder than some lawyers I know, and on the whole, the lawyers I know work too much. So getting him the support that he needs is going to do wonders for this district to multiply his positive effect and also to extend his lifespan, which I think is extremely important.
Yes.
In the next couple of years, I would say a focus on more independence from the county and some of these larger entities and organizations that have asserted a certain amount of dominion, shall we say, over this area without really putting in their contributions to help. What's that here?
Welcome.
So, and having those relationships be more on parity as opposed to, someone said infantile.
Yeah.
Martha said that. Couldn't not have said, I picked a better phrase myself. 10 years, solidifying the professional staff and succession planning, which will allow for the maturation of your service models and allow you to really start from a strong foundation of then expanding services going forward.
There's a bunch of other questions. I don't know if there's anything you want to add. A lot of these.
Is there anything you want to highlight?
Or,
That's pretty much
you said all.
Yes, I think.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I think that over this area without really putting in the money. Essentially, in some instances. So, and that's these large organizations, exactly. And then, resistance, I think, to resistance from the corporate members of the community, landowner interests. There is a way, I think, to harness their interests in a way that creates positive change. I just don't think they know it yet. I don't think they know how to address it. And I think it's probably going to be incumbent upon this group of people to show them how they can be a positive force for change in this community, that how their interests in the end can be benefited, if it means changing from the status quo that has ruled for so long.
If I may, on that status quo, sir, what you're up against with business owners, because this is my specialty, I know all these people, right? They are so ingrained with the thought that their market is the students and students only. They've forgotten they live in a local community of people who've been decades.
That's right.
Decades, some of them 4 decades now.
Yep.
So if you're going to gain their interest, might be toward the fact that your processes, as you grow, let's talk about, what's going to happen is there's going to be more of a local view, more people actually are, they live in Isla Vista. They don't come to Isla Vista, just come to it. But they live in Isla Vista and have decades of their life, their blood, their sweat, their tears, you know.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I really appreciate it. I didn't want to cut you off, but I will ask the administrator if you want to wait until it's the time of the public comment period.
It illustrates that the community reach is much broader than what most people think. People have set stereotypes.
Yeah.
You have other people living, students, and as a result, your task to try and affect change is made more difficult by the number of different constituencies. And I think the last point I'll make, have a seat, is that, you know, in addition to dealing with landlords and corporate interests, it's making sure that the areas that have typically been over-enforced and under-enforced are brought together so that you have the right level of enforcement. Because anywhere else in the state of California, 19 people living in a 3,000 square foot house is a fire hazard, and it wouldn't be allowed. Why has it been allowed to propagate here, and what impact can this public agency have on those types of life safety issues that anywhere outside of this square mile you would not be allowed to do? And in fact, the government would be filing lawsuits against that practice. So I think bringing those things into parity is going to be a challenge that I think this is going to be up for in the long run. So,
Thank you, Ross. Just anyone who didn't fill it out, you want to talk about your strengths and weaknesses and threats and opportunities?
I just filled it out.
Oh, you did? Oh, perfect.
So for strengths, I had that we have very dynamic and agile execution. We've been able to figure out what works and doesn't work, and then shift quickly, which I appreciate a lot. There's a lot of governance to do. I think we have auto-scaling revenue, which is a really nice thing to have, versus having to go out to do votes for people, to figure out how to deal with inflation. It kind of just automatically ends up happening. Have a unique set of, we have unique powers that you can't usually get as this kind of government, so that's a strength that we have. On the other side, I feel like we community, some false starts, some attempts to work with groups that were friendly that have soured, and that I think it's going to come to haunt us over time. We have some staffing complexity and are currently operating with the staff over budget as mentioned. And we have, while we have some cool unique powers, we have an eclectic set of powers that doesn't allow us to address some of the things we sometimes care about. Yes, I put out like eclectic in some powers. We have an opportunity to expand powers. I think we set ourselves up really well in order to be able to take on the solid waste power because of our usage of the community facilities power, in order to do composting, in order to do that. And we really like set up that argument. We have an opportunity to get revenue from some of our existing programs. Compost collected by one of any number of means in order to allow us to try to scale it more quickly. We have really strong staff. I'm really happy with the hires we've threats. I know it's been mentioned, but I kind of want to underscore it again that I mean, like there was a UCSB the forum thing that happened last week, and a bunch of different local things. No mention it was specifically about safety in Isla Vista, and the IVCSD was not mentioned in any of their stuff. They didn't get us involved, and so I was sad that it's not. We have the community is accumulated, whether accidentally or almost awkwardly on purpose now, so duplication of services. The one that I've been looking at recently that there's interesting crossing into opportunity on is the Adopt a Block program and Isla Vista Beautiful. It's not even the Parks District Power, and so it's the extent to which the district in order to adopt the block, maybe we should actually try to figure out how to structure a joint program to districts that maybe we operate because it's closer to our, we actually have a power that's related, whether it's community facilities or our street side landscaping and resilience powers. And then another threat was the potential loss of university funding, because that's something it's looming, and I'm not certain about it. When you see the advantage of 7 years is to be able to renegotiate it. You know, the disadvantage of that is you have to renegotiate it. People sometimes don't remember why the individual people, like organizations, don't remember why something was put into place. So the argument that might come back to the university, well, you have funding, you don't need funding. That was why we got the funding in the first place, right? So that's a threat. My answers to the second page weren't that interesting, and I don't know where they were. And then my answers to the third page, I really liked. I don't remember what they were.
Yeah, well, they were good. They were dissolve and merge CSC 31, take on solid waste, and figure out rental housing mediation.
Goals. Yeah.
Figure sure. So I'll go next. I appreciate what everyone shared. Pretty much I agree with most of what's been said. If not, just those are the things that I think about a lot too. But to start off, I would say our biggest strength is that we really hone in on what the community needs. And a lot of these issues, like you mentioned, Carrie, have been generational. And other groups have not been able to make progress on that. And we've taken that as our mandate, and we've worked on it from different angles. As you mentioned, Jay, sometimes these projects have taken off, sometimes they have not, but we haven't shied away from giving a pushing forward. Excuse me one second. So I think that's definitely a big strength of ours. Another strength. Sorry. Mind if we go to you, Kirsten? I'll come back. Thank you.
I'll go quick because I think a lot of the things that have already been mentioned, like Ethan said, are things that I also think about. But I just wanted to echo a couple things. I think the culture of activism and engagement, and what Ethan talked about is ability and willingness to tackle tough issues. Staff is phenomenal. And I'd say that, Jonathan, I think you mentioned something that when you look at staff that are hired versus staff that are contracted, when you look at the levels of engagement and the productivity and the productivity, and I think that that's a great thing, that you can get staff that feel so. You've also, and your position is you're spread so thin, but there's so many, I think there's missed opportunities. And one of the missed opportunities that I would like to see, and I think is, I'm not sure where this fits, maybe it's a threat, but it's also an opportunity. And that is the ability for you, the space and the time to create government of work that's been done over the past 5 years. It's phenomenal. And I think it's almost like I would like to over Isla into what is being done in Isla Vista, because that builds credibility. It builds that don't have that confidence for whatever reason, for years and years and years of misunderstanding and misperceptions. So truly, I think staffing is I think you need more time to be able to do the high level engagement of building relationships, to build credibility and build discussed in IVCSD. And then one other little, but I would really like to see everything that IVCSD does be branded with IVCSD logo and IVCSD colors. Every single thing, every PowerPoint, every document that goes out, because it's really important that people understand who the IVCSD is, what they do, and how they impact the community. And when you brand everything that you put out, you create that subliminal message. And so I think that's
Really sad, this brochure, they left off the logo.
What's that?
The printer left that off.
Oh, I know.
We got it for free.
PowerPoints for the
Yeah,
the board
the
meetings,
PowerPoints,
right?
sure.
It's like all that consistent color, consistent image. Get it out there, and there's no consistency of who the IVCSD. So that's all. So those are some of my thoughts.
They gave it to us for free because
Take it back.
Thank
Turn
you.
the book.
We have another appreciate
Appreciate
it. So definitely agree again with what everyone's saying. When we move from strengths to the W weakness, what I see is our challenge is just we focus so much on our services, which is our mandate, that we have trouble bringing people in. And on top of that, the fact that our community turns over every 4 years. Is to try to address in a small way, how do we get more people to stay by improving the quality of life? But really, I see that as one of our biggest challenges. But that brings us into opportunity, which is the amazing things that we can accomplish when we bring more people into the fold. And as Spencer mentioned before, we've had great improvements on that side with Sydney on our team this year. And I'm excited for how we can build on that. But I recognize just how difficult that is to do with our limited resources and attention. That being said, another thing that we've done really well in this last year is constituting this new board, where we have a really, really solid board right now. Thank you to all our new members for being here. Right now, we have a good model for what good governance looks like, and we've had good boards since the start, but I think we've really gotten into a good groove. And I am constantly thinking about just how we can prepare the next generation of Isla Vista leaders. I'm not growing tired of this work, but someday I know all of us will move on to other things, and just to make sure that we have the sustainability of leadership, plus new ideas to come in and continue to move forward. As far as threats, I mean, I think what's been said before about our relationship with other institutions, that's definitely big. And additionally, just the real needs of this. We do have a disparity there, but I do think we're on the right accomplished over the past almost 6 years. It's a lot more than I would have expected. It's a lot interesting twist. So I guess that's my SWOT analysis, and I'm excited to see where we can go this next year, and I think we'll have a lot of good things to look back on.
That's the last. I don't know. A lot of what I was thinking, of course, has already been said. As a weakness, staff capacity, as we all talked about. I know, Jonathan, you do incredible work, and the rest of our staff members as well. We've been increasing political engagement, and that's so important. Just general knowledge that we have a government entity like this. But yeah, I think hiring, more people who could be more specialized in a specific program area would just take a lot of the little smaller details off of you and allow for a deep investment there, because there's a specific, position dedicated to that. And then, yeah, I definitely love how we are a lot more forward facing. I think, of course, with the community engagement, like director, we've been seeing a lot more of that. I do still think that's like definitely an area of opportunity. I still come across a lot of people, you know, even in my political science classes who don't know what the CC is, never heard of it. And I think that that is something that I would want all residents to be knowledgeable about, and students, and so that they can invest their time in coming to our meetings. Like, I would love to see more people coming and having that be just talked about more as a community. So that's something that, you know, whenever I come across someone who doesn't know what it is, I'll give them my blurb, but I would love to see, you know, increased knowledge, because we have amazing programs and everyone should be taking advantage of them. And then, yeah, last year, this is really specific, but building out more of a social media presence this year, like, I think we've seen such an improvement in that too, especially with COVID and so many more things being remote. We were relying so much more on social media. And so I think like posting about the meetings and all the cute little infographics, like, I love those, and then it makes people want to share them too. So I think that is something that we've really been doing well at. And then I think as a board and as a whole, I think we have a strong sense of accountability and purpose, like collectively, which I think is really important as we move forward and, you know, build out more powers and services and really expand. And then I loved Kirsten's comment about branding as well. I think that is like super, like, you don't notice it really. Like, I wouldn't be looking for like I don't know, it's not the first thing I would notice if I were looking at a document, but because it was there, I'll start to recognize it more and more and really getting that out to the community. So I think that would be great as well. And I don't know if there's any ways that we could, you know, be more involved with when there's move-ins, and, you know, Isla Vista, like, maybe we could be included in that. I know, you know, if you're a freshman or incoming student, you get a huge presentation about every single service, and I think we should really try to be in that time as well. And then also, I think for move out, and as people, I think there's so much trash in our community and so much is thrown out and there's so much waste. And so I think that finding a way where maybe there's a specific, like, furniture, I don't know, like, in our power, we could drop it off or something like that. The streets are just covered at the end of each year and there's so much loss. And
You could have people bring things that want to some specific location instead of some kind of thrift shop. Proceeds, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, now outside public view, I think you guys made fun. I mean, from inception to today, as the improvement in the area, I gotta give you an A+. I'm a very harsh critic. And it's a very high grade.
Well, we appreciate you being here.
Yeah,
Well, I think what you need is somebody not coming inside circles so much, like, hey, you're doing a great job. You really are doing, you know, these praises are ethics, they're actual, factual, proper statements. Well, they're doing a good job, keep it up. Always for the future. And future, at some point in time, like me, I want my city. And if you all keep that in mind, we all wait for years, that's what it takes, I want my city. That's the way you're gonna finally accomplish that for agencies.
Yeah.
Because it's complicated.
Thank you.
City.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, that was yeah, well, that was my last comment, so that's a great note to end on.
Great mind, right here. Great mind.
Marcus, can I want to share that Calvin's last point about, like, the move out and the waste issue is an issue that gets brought up a lot for my neighborhood on 6-8. Tons of neighbors are, like, asking what we, IVCSD, are going to do about that. And I get presented with ideas that have counterpoints within the same sentence for that exact idea. So I know that it's complicated. I also know that I think there is, like, a move. Yeah, but it's like, I guess maybe we could look at some of our and just kind of what are barriers we're going to accomplish now a waste issue, because that gets brought up on 6-8 on Majorca Road is the dumping ground for or SUV for mattresses galore. And some of that can be reused and cleaned and some of it cannot. But yeah, my neighborhood and neighbors are very concerned about that exact issue. Hopefully we can energy for that later.
I'll tell you that the gift sale is going to come to us for a funding request. So that'll be one opportunity to get directly involved in that.
I think it was the gift sale saying, last IVCM meeting, that they were concerned that after having not really had the gift sale for 2 years, that it wouldn't work the same way. Ali, were you at the meeting, remember?
No.
Yeah, we might need
You're
to
on
help.
the
them.
IVCM.
Yeah.
We might need to help
I think-
them get the word out.
I think from talking with Viviana, it might have been a question of how exactly to accumulate the funding because it hadn't happened for 2 years. And so there may be some, like from, say, like, for example, an associated students group, there's been, turnover and more turnover, and that memory of the importance of the gift sale might not be there. I want to highlight too, because I also, when you mentioned move in and move out, it got me thinking that we have such an incredible source of just community here at Isla Vista and people that want to volunteer and help out. And I'm wondering if we can utilize the power of volunteers to help do, like, sort of augment some of the beautification services that our IP Beautiful team does, maybe in partnership with IVRP or other groups, specifically targeted around that move out weekend. Just a thought, but I'll keep thinking on it too.
I also.
Yeah, so when you were talking about that, there is exactly an organization that already does that, and I think Viviana works with that. Right? Viviana?
She runs it.
Okay,
She
that's
runs
right.
it.
But she was saying that she wants to look into doing one at the community center, so like having this be a drop-off point, so that we can use the volunteers or some sort of funding, so we can do a partnership with them to make that, I feel like a very feasible goal in the near future.
What if we went and got this one?
Yeah.
Because we got, a desk on the side of the road, someone got it. Oh, all right, we've got one volunteer.
I got nothing but time.
All right, awesome.
I know every inch of the area. I know where the trash is out in the sparrows. I wonder why we have to do the bags up there.
Yeah.
Whether it's used for
Absolutely. It's a really important aspect of people.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And being sustainable.
I do want to see our old IVCSD.
Oh, yeah.
Our bike wagon also. I'm trying to look all around for it, all around. Yeah, we're doing
Yeah.
food donation.
Yeah. You can always cut them. Yeah, it is.
Sydney, you didn't go. I just realized.
No, I have to go. I didn't actually. Yeah, so I am in a lot of training here, but I really just look, it's training regards to community that I work in. I love that I can come in now. And I have like 10 people that are just like, yeah, I'm happy to jump in, I'm happy to volunteer. It's really nice and I really appreciate that. I also am enjoying some staff that have started on board. But I will also, I feel that that is a useful part. I think that all of us can count in terms of what we can take on. So I think that that's a bit of a weakness for us as well. We really encourage the restructure of the internship program and we learn that and see what some of us can put off of our plate and then make friends from a bigger responsibility to how to do different from our role. And just some goals that I have is definitely I would love to drop-in center. I'm constantly getting phone calls about resources from unsheltered population to support not only from work so, but then having that drop-in aspect and continue to build our network and build our presence in don't really have as much kind of, information on their about services.
You build a society that is outside. It's not gonna take off the face of the CSD.
Sticker on the laptop. We gotta point that out as far as branding.
We'll get to everyone one. We'll drop some.
I wanted to ask Sydney a question, or anybody, does Isla Vista have a next door? You know what that is, next door?
That was actually just recommended to me, so I'm
Yeah.
working on, I mean, I just got on it from my own personal in this area. I heard that was a great way to contact families in Isla Vista. Just have a local partner as site, so that's in the works. Yeah.
Do people know what that is? Okay, yeah, such a great resource, and I could see it being a perfect way to reach people, another vehicle to reach people.
We've had the free and for sale Facebook group, which has been eliminated now. Now there's a new one. So, yeah.
The original,
one
yeah,
is
the
not.
original one, yeah.
The original is not, so it's the same function.
Same.
Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of combating stereotypes and promoting a positive image for Isla Vista, next door could be prime, ground zero for something like that.
Positive, negative.
Promoting more positivity.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, no,
I don't know, my own next door, everybody sounds like a wanker.
I know. It really can be.
That's kind of what I was getting. I think that there was some just very anti-young person moral panic sentiment when the pandemic started on next door. So that's the only time.
People in a different next door, we're talking about our non-existent next door.
Yeah.
Great.
People came here and took pictures of people. It was kind
We've
of
had
gross.
less cases in most of the counties.
Yep.
Exactly.
All right.
But that's beside the point. I think this is
So
Ready?
now what?
I think,
That was good. That was a good
I mean,
session.
we could talk all
We
day.
could talk all day. Now we have our
Yeah.
goals review, and such to do. Okay, so the goals, so few things. I'm not gonna go over this, like line by line because we experienced this for the last year, but one of the goals folder is our board calendar from last year. All the agenda items we had on our board agendas. I would have loved to do like an analysis, like here are the agenda items that relate to each goal and what we think, how many did we have agenda items for this goal, did we not? I do want to do that. I just wasn't able to, but at least you can know that we had 111 agenda items that weren't financial approvals or closed session items. So we did deal with 111 things in the last year.
That
And,
is a lot, by the way.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's
Oh, lot,
a
lot.
lot. It's a
lot.
lot.
Yes, it's a
can't-
lot and lot.
It is. Wait, so you can't see this? Oh, shoot.
Is the 2021 IVCSD board
I
calendar?
messed up. Yeah, now you can see it.
Okay.
So go through that at your leisure to see, So this is the first time we really tracked our agenda items. I used to track them, but very informally. So now we have like this really central place for everything we've ever discussed as a board moving forward. So I think we can start trying to get to our goals in the future. So that's that one.
Oh, he's doing this. Just email and stuff. But that's probably.
Very public though. So it should.
We trust you. We believe
Yeah,
you.
Well, the internet's not really working anyways too. Might be
Oh.
that.
There's
Oh, we
that.
just
The internet is not loading the next thing I'm trying to open. Yes.
Maybe we need to invest in more technical.
Well, I'll tell you this, is that
I
our.
mean, I don't know, maybe we need
just
to.
eat a wine anymore, so I actually do the things I said.
I feel bad, poor Jay, he has like a multi-role here, he's our
I'll
laptop
complain to
person, he's
Jay.
a board member, and He's the technical support.
Yes. I mean, we can get our internet service for this building. It'll just cost,
You're doing a
double.
great job, Jay. We don't pay you enough.
We don't pay him.
I know, that's what I mean.
Well, you actually do the things that I said when you have, like, I can do it better.
It's on the list. It's on the list. We'll get it done. Okay, so the next thing is the goals. So the goals.
Is this the meat of what we're here for? Because I feel like maybe a break.
Let's
I
take a
mean,
break.
does anyone else need a break or is it just me? Maybe I'll just stand up. Okay, I'll stand up.
Break sounds good.
Great, sounds good.
Yeah, we can take
Take
a
five.
break.
All right, does 5 minutes sound good to everyone?
5 is good.
Because this
Okay.
is like the important
We-
stuff.
This
we're
is
gonna
the
do
real
next.
part. Yeah.
We're gonna recess for 5 minutes. And once that happens.
It would be done by 2.
Okay.
Keep it moving. Oh, no, I just.
Oh.
Really.
Okay, well, retreat, or not retreat, goals. We're at the retreat. Okay, so I have a document in here for like what our goal and context is, which we've been talking a lot about all day today, which is, we have an agency, we have limited resources, there's no shortage of demands and great things to do, but we want to be able to prioritize those, organize them, specific tangible things that get done. So we're not going to create the goals today, not at all. We're just going to talk in the public. So we haven't done a lot of math there. Working on identifying infrastructure projects. We did the CDBG grant, but that was before we did these goals, so we haven't done anything public works related like that this year. Facilities maintenance and management system. So we don't have that. That's a long-term goal, but it could be great. Work with UCSD on public process for a community plan of county UCSD. We've done some work on that, but we haven't taken tangible action besides that. Community engagement on the university's housing plan. We have kept up with that. So that's what we haven't done. I think I've listed these in the order of like most time to least most time, but getting the STEP grant implemented, a major grant we got from the state of California. This, like I said, this is the peak of it right now. The last 2 months and the next 4 months are probably the most work for this. We had it to hire an assistant general manager for community programs. We have to change it to what Maya's position is, but we hired her, we're training and getting that position off the ground. So that's almost done. Take the actions to transferring ownership of 970 and 976 to the district. So that's obviously been a work in progress for a long time. We're building report will come to the board next meeting. They couldn't get it scheduled this month, but that's our next step on that. Expanding Ivy Beautiful, power washing, they determined recently they're not going to be able to help us with power washing. So that's, if we want to do that, we're going to need to take on power washing in another way. So that's not going to get done as a goal through Ivy Beautiful at least. And they're also not able to implement these other phases of our graffiti abatement policy of like when we contact the property owner, our right of way. So this goal, I would say, like was worked on, but we had to start the program from scratch. So they weren't able to accomplish these further goals because we had to rebuild it. We're working on our festival. That's a goal that will be accomplished soon. Staying informed on the planning issues. I am working on data metrics to evaluate our public safety programs, and that was one of the board retreat items earlier. So that's something that we can continue doing. I've been meeting with UCPD to bring them back to our board percent. Staying in. I'm going to highlight anything else. Working with them on ownership, I guess I got this. Some goals are listed twice. They're a long-term and a short-term goal. Collaborate with IVRP, county, and community organizations to support homeless residents. We do a little bit of that. Things definitely massively change and improve with Hedges House of Hope, where we can still do things to help, but that counts with a good leadership role there. Developing good working relationship between everybody who uses the community center and getting Maya introduced to the community. I think we've been doing that and has worked out well. A lot of these are under Sydney's domain, some of these goals. So this is a continuous goal, maintaining strong relationships. STEP grant, major part of Sydney's work. The nightlife project we're doing a lot on that in October and September. The mediation program got brought up a lot today. So these are the goals that have been in progress. And then, These last ones have been things that Maya and Carly have worked on. There's a goal related to the compost collective. Our goal last year was to get a zero compost pile. That we were unsuccessful with that, but we pivoted and got a new pile that's done instead. An accomplishment, and we did hire for mid-staff, which is carbon. That goal is pretty much accomplished now. For these, we reopened the community center with public safety or public health in mind. We are developing a maintenance system, but we don't have one yet, so it's being developed. Cataloging the immediate needs and equipment. Maya is working on that hard. We heard some of them at our board meeting, so we have that list going. And then fully utilizing these buildings. So that's kind of where we're at with our goals. I hope this is an easy way to look at it, of like things that are done, things that we're actively, I feel like we're working on in our staff, and things that are, I don't want to say we're not doing anything, but it's just like they're not something we do. That's where we're at with the goals. So it would be good to hear from you all. Like, do you feel these are done? Do we want to bring some of them back from done? Like, oh, that was good, but we want a goal again. For the goals that haven't been worked on as much, do we feel like they're still relevant? Do we want to keep those goals? The ones that are in progress, maybe we want to change some of these. I mean, we don't need to get into the minutia of like each wording on each of these goals right now. It's more like, hey, yeah, we need more goals on this, or we don't have enough goals in this area, or maybe let's wholesale change this area of goals. So yeah, we don't need to get into the minutia today, but this is kind of like, you can see a snapshot of what's been able to get done, what's able to be worked on, and what's been a little beyond our reach. And then the last thing I'll say, I actually lost my train of thought. That's what I'm trying to say. It was an important thought, actually, sadly. But it was, I'll remember it and come back to it. So.
Does anyone have feedback on the goals?
I feel very overwhelmed looking at this because I'm trying to look on my computer and then also look on here. So it's not easy for me to, and maybe it's just where it is in the day, but it's not easy for me to see it. I'm having a little bit hard to visualize.
Yeah, it's definitely overwhelming, but like when I look at the 5 buckets that we have, it helps me kind of bring it into perspective a bit. And but overall thoughts, like we are making really good progress on these. I think it's good to see the action items that we have been able to check off over the last year. Those were not insignificant. A lot of those were really big priorities. We have improved our work process. But I'll definitely want to take some more time to think about how we'll want to adjust these for this next year. But overall, I feel pretty good about it. And I do feel that they are helping us in our overarching goals, like to increase community engagement, public awareness, pursue ownership and improvement of facilities, and as well as our public safety goal.
Yeah, I'd say like our 5 main goals, like Ethan just mentioned. Reopen the community center. That's like the overarching goal. There's like 7 things under that. Reopening it, we did that. Now we can make it a great place. That's our reimagine public safety and expand justice is another goal. Plan, promote, and execute events and nightlife, make social life healthier and safer. Community engagement and public awareness, and then pursue ownership of facilities and public infrastructure. Like the buckets. And this is what I forgot. We don't have a bucket about the governance of the district. Like there's no bucket about, so it doesn't become a goal. Like if it's not a goal to run the district well, or to have good finances, or to have a good staff system, all these things, then it still is done, but it's not one of the goals. So I think that would be a suggestion. We need a goal that's internal based. These are all like external.
Yeah, no, that's a good idea. It's just implied, but it's let's name it.
Yeah. Not to add a goal, but it is when you say like, oh, we want to spend our time working on our goals, all our time should be spent on our goals. But if you don't have like good governance of the goal, then it doesn't
It's like when you write a to-do list and then you don't include something that you spent all day on your to-do list, it can be very unsatisfying.
Like, we have clean audit, we're gonna get our audit done. It's the 5th year, perfect financial. That could be a goal. Come in with good financials for the community.
Under the core goal 1, increase the promotion of public services. So we want to add assisting with, move out or like, and I think like that could be more sustainable too, like one of our sustainable goals.
Yep.
Like that would be the thought that it would fall under.
This is what, so yeah, I didn't, but this is the long-term goals section. But yes, for
Oh.
goal 1 long-term, yeah. It's not something we can get. We only have 3 months. Yeah, that's a good place to put it.
I think with the goals that we do have that we're marking as done with some of these that are more like short-term in nature, we could have an opportunity to go in and just add in a new short-term goal for that same issue area. You see 1.5 ensuring state and local funds for library variance from Isla Vista are fully deployed service of Isla Vista residents as more of an ongoing goal that we continue to work on.
So maybe moving ongoing to extend as opposed to completing.
I would put it as in progress because it's kind of
Yeah.
actually maybe that would be helpful is that if we and because I'm even seeing like some like of the goals that we have in here where like maybe they're in progress because part of it is done and then other parts of it we're still working on, such as make sure that's right. I believe 1.6 expand, stabilize, and formalize accomplish collective service by hiring permanent staff, operating the sterile copies file alongside of the target IVCSD, and growing the number of households served by businesses. Like there's a lot of sub goals in there. We have some that are done, which is awesome. Some that we can continue to work out.
Yeah. I'm really sorry, John. I'm about to ask you a question. It's going to cause you to have to repeat something. For high-level board goal 2, reimagine public safety and expand justice in Isla Vista. To what extent were you saying that it was successful?
It was the sub parts of it, which is let me pull that up. That's goal 2.
This is the research and policy component.
So nothing in that goal area is listed done. There's things that have been progress made, but nothing from that is done. Okay. The things I've been working on is like developing the metrics to evaluate programs, but that's something to do with all the programs. That's the only one that's a goal.
I kind of ended up feeling like this was one of the big failures of our district for the last couple of years. There was a big, some might say temporary shift of politics in the world in 2020, where there was a lot of focus on racial justice issues and on policing, and we momentarily turned focus towards it, and then I feel kind of forgot about it. And that's been some of the bitterness that you might experience from me sometimes, dealing with, oh, we're concentrating on a party or something, and it comes down sometimes to this idea that I feel like we gave that issue lip service and didn't really address anything. And I feel like we did have things that we could do to address things, as listed in the document that I worked on with a number of people, including from incarcerated students and from bombs and from whatever you want to call them, Jay. And I just, yeah, I feel like it's a glaring weakness of our district that we succeeded back. But I'd like to be able to get back to it, but I also feel like we did run into staffing allocation issues because we allocate staff towards other things, such as attempting to sometimes succeed in large events and whatever it was. So
The paper that you mentioned, is that something that, I don't remember seeing that, the document that you alluded to?
Yeah, it was, I'm forgetting if there's a term for it, it's not a,
It was a resolution.
Resolution.
We didn't pass, but it was
yeah.
considered.
I mean, so yeah, certainly, if nothing else, it's in our agenda archives. I can move on.
Was that in summary?
And are you referring to the policy research that is referenced here in the goal?
Yeah, the resolution Jay made. You remember this?
I do.
We had a bunch of different ideas of what can be done next.
I remember, yeah.
Some of them we did make into, like, we had an agenda item every week for a while.
Arguably, we checked off 1.4 because we explored the creation of a public safety and racial justice standing committee to coordinate local efforts and assess proposals regarding safety division law enforcement, but we just didn't really do anything. And we had agenda items to talk about some aspects of it, but I mean, I kind of got the feeling that it was, well, we don't really want to do this, so let's just string it forward by, you know, if you talk about this 4 months from now, you won't care anymore, and it kind of did it. But
I'll say one more thing on the identifying and researching public safety issues. Our interns,
I'm hearing it out there.
okay. Our interns were really interested in this topic and the alternative response topic. And so they wanted to do like and Jay, you were there.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point. Recently there was a meeting that's I'm very excited about what came up.
And our interns wanted to do like interviews of parents. No one wanted to engage with them. I don't know. It was worthwhile, or some didn't. Safety through that. Politically interested position.
And I guess I'll share on this issue because this is definitely something that I want to have the perception that our board probably the most about other than housing as a prime issue for residents. I think I view it a little bit differently than you, Judge Freeman, because I view the challenges that we faced as very reflective of the challenges that we face county and state when it comes to organizations that do not direct law enforcement. Apparatus to change and the has run into, although they are making progress. So I just bring that out there because I want us to really fully appreciate that this is a difficult problem for us to be taking a stab at it. Obviously, we should continue to do that. But I also think that, as Jonathan mentioned, one of the unique things about our role is that our role, as far as these things go, has to be the contract with a law enforcement agency. And a lot of that requires a lot of buy-in, both from law enforcement, from these other mental health and alcohol and other drug communities, and all that buy-in, I think, is really important. And those are conversations that I think are even broader than us.
I appreciate the idea. tell people we're working on this thing. And between the maybe we just have to admit to ourselves that we can't work on it. Now, I say that, but I also kind of disagree because I feel like I had identified things that we could do, and then I think we started looking at. And for what it's worth, it's not necessarily like I'm not like. I mean, like the assistant general manager, for example, not being around, I think, led to a problem where one of the things we had identified and actually started working on was how to restructure our contracts with our with law enforcement in the area in order to add clauses or to try to like take all of our different contracts, like for safety stations and for the investigator position, and to try to merge them together into a new process that will allow us to maybe have more negotiating power when we come to asking for things from UCPD. And because our manager hasn't been around, we have to do that. There's all sorts of reasons. There's like a mishmash of things that have happened. But I do think that we have abilities to do more than we necessarily have. Another aspect, by the way, to think of there, and I brought this up, I think it was probably 4 years ago at a board retreat, is that my understanding is that the county doesn't particularly like interfacing with the sheriff's department. And so that the money that's spent from the county towards the sheriff's department is something that they're on the hook to spend money on public safety through a legal entity that is able to do public safety, but it's not necessarily that they have to get to the sheriff's department. And if we actually have a power listed in our law that says that we're allowed to provide public safety, contracting with other entities, we might be able to convince the county when they're not getting what they want from the sheriff's department, maybe hand us some of that money. And then we'll be in charge of potentially now not getting to the sheriff's department, but getting a DCPD, or now it increases the negotiation position, I think, potentially of all parties. And that's something that strategically might give us then leverage to, again, ask for things. The changes policing that we did not directly contract for, unless you make this change and that change, or to be able to make demand aspects of policing works out as the things like whether like the rubber bullets and tear gas and things like that. So like I think that there are things that we can try to approach. I do think it, I do think it kind of feels of our focuses, that's the focus that we don't focus on. That's the focus that we got. We want to make certain we do. We want to keep saying we're doing. Go out of our way to try to strategize, find the different entities, try to like wrangle a negotiation together in order to make something happen, and that's disappointing. Then that's when I say lip service, is that feeling of like it's not something that's keeping our staff awake at night in the same way that we do for the conference program, or we do for the center, or we do for other things that I do like. Not like this is apparently one of our 5 goals. So.
And the largest area of spending for the district, I would just add.
That's a fascinating.
Well, almost every city, the largest is public safety. I mean,
But we're not responsible for that.
Yeah, but that's true. It's true.
It's still our largest expenditure. So maybe it's.
So one thing I was going to mention. Oh, can I mention something?
I want to go to Interpersonal.
Oh,
Yes,
I'm
yes,
sorry.
very good.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're probably somewhere in the middle where there is more that we need to be doing, but like I don't feel like we've been paying lip service when I look at our safety programs. With the safety station, as mentioned before, we've done a lot of intentional work of increasing the approachability, but also the level of service, and really on unarmed, non-sworn public safety personnel. So I definitely think that that's something we have done well. But also when I look at our alternative Deltopia and Halloween programs, I think that's a lot in this space too. So I hear your concerns, and I want to do more on that side, but I don't think we've turned a blind eye. I think we've just gone about it a different way that's within our direct wheelhouse. But I appreciate what you're saying.
Well, that's interesting. You say that because when you call those out, they're not in board goal number 2, but they're clearly related to public safety. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they're under board goal, I guess.
Fine.
3, or yeah.
3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of interesting how there's different goals under, it could be under different sub goals under different goals. I was going to mention something on public safety. When I look at the public safety sub goals, that would take always in 1.1.
Yeah.
Okay. You know, some of these things are out of the IVCSD jurisdiction almost, and so I think that makes it hard to tackle some of these. It really requires buy-in from other entities that culturally don't do buy-in, right? So I think that's a challenge, is to have have the IVCSD goals contingent upon organizations that aren't necessarily like to partner. And that leads me to something that I heard of the other day, is that, and this may not be something that anyone wants to touch, but I'll just mention it. So it was probably 4 years ago or so that there was this creation of this Ivy Safe group, right? And it was created outside of the district. It was created by the district attorney in Santa Barbara, and then various entities from the county to the police to fire to the university, student affairs would all come and meet and talk about IV safe issues. And for the last 2 years, that committee has not met. And with the upcoming retirement of the district attorney who had convened this, it might be a nice opportunity for this organization to take over that function and reclaim that IV safety happens in IV, and discussion about IV safety happens in IV by the IVCSD. And then you position yourself as a point of power that you're bringing other people to you, to the district. So I would say that there might be a nice opportunity to resurrect that.
I love this board goal.
Yeah.
Yay, me!
Yeah.
Me, can I go now?
You're dismissed. Yeah, and I really appreciate it. I think that that's a really excellent idea. And I will add that I think that committee is coming back in one iteration or another. So
You need to jump on it. Reclaim it. Or claim it.
And one more thing I'd mention in this topic is, like, on a co-response, obviously that's something that there's been progress on countywide with having mental health professionals respond with deputies to crisis calls. But I think there's a lot of room for us to do something IV specific there. And it might be with the same type of mental health professional that the sheriff's office is using to go out on calls, or it might be more of an alcohol drug counselor. But when we look around at who is responding to emergencies at night and who's looking for issues, we really do have that missing piece of caring professionals or helping professionals, whether it's the social worker or psychologist, alcohol drug specialist. And I want us to think about how we could potentially subcontract through a law enforcement agency, whether that's UCPD or sheriff's office, to have some of the helping professionals out there.
And maybe it's a subcontract with CAPS or drug and alcohol program at UCSD.
Right.
Possibilities.
The power says contract with the regions, not with
Oh, yeah, that's
UCPD.
true.
So we can, no,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
means we can do
Yeah.
exactly that.
Oh, I see.
We're not
what you-
restricted
yeah,
to UCPD. to
I always
contract
forget.
with
yeah,
UCPD.
that's right, yeah.
And is it contract with the regions for law enforcement
For-
services, or what's the?
Let me.
what's
Yeah,
the
so
word?
that's what makes me think it would have to
Enhanced.
be a
A subcontract.
I think it might even say additional police protection service.
Additional
Yeah,
police
that's
protection.
the-
That's the exact line.
Yeah, and I'll just add to on the point that you brought up of trying to get buy-in and collaboration from organizations that hasn't historically been a part of their culture. I definitely resonate with that, and I would say that it's definitely something that I think needs more massaging, and something that I'm trying to do in terms of just building relationships with the new lieutenant at the foot patrol, who seems to be very collaborative and communication minded, as well as both the chief and the community engagement team at UCPD, where, you know, and from from talking with them, like a lot of these things, like even the idea that was just brought up right here about sort of having alcohol and drug counselors out there paired with law enforcement officers, like these are things that have been discussed and like are, I don't know if they're an active discussion, but they've definitely, you know, it hasn't just been lip service that's been paid. There are just real issues that need to be massaged and worked through, and finding our role in that is something that is very.
Yeah, and sometimes there can be really good ideas, but it takes an outside entity to ask for those to happen. And then it will happen, but it maybe wouldn't happen internally.
Any other thoughts on our goals?
I think this might be a sub goal, but and maybe it's an issue and I don't want to create an issue for it. But my perception is that there is kind of two, and I've talked about this in a meeting before, that there's kind of two-tiered information when it comes to public safety emergencies in Isla Vista, and that concerns me a little bit because I hear from various elected officials and others around town, they hear about what's happening in the CSD alert system, and that there's then information that's not given to people who are not part of that system. And so I don't know if that's a problem in Ivy, but my perception is that there is this kind of two-tiered information system, which is leaving some people out, and the people that are left out are people that are not affiliated with the university. So that's families, city college students, and others that don't have a UCSD affiliation.
I showed up to the UCSB Public Safety and Iowa Vista meeting a week or two ago, and caused some trouble asking that question, kind of knowing that Deanna would help instigate because she was the person who would really push for back when it was open, like 8 years ago. And we did. I mean, I asked them to cause it, but then like Deanna brought it back up later. And so there was a bunch of discussion on it.
Yeah.
I gave you a recording of the meeting. I can't remember if there was any real conclusion on it, which problem is there was not.
Yeah.
But there's like some like passing the buck sort of thing with relation to what the state law says, what the state law says in the university.
It's a federal. Yeah.
What the university has to do and what they almost are supposed to do.
Right.
And it didn't really seem like it was compatible with potentially actually was kind of requiring. If your campus, I pointed out, your campus community isn't including lecturers who are doing like every other quarter hiring because you keep removing them from the system, or you're not including like recent alumni who graduated a quarter early and are still in the area. It doesn't include people who take a quarter off because you keep clearing the basically it's so heavily tied to that ID that like it's not really covering the campus community. That it was not really solid.
I'm thinking that goes to something later today that we should have on the agenda. One of the meetings is have our folks explain the Clary Act.
It's on one of our future agenda items.
Yay!
You did, yeah. So I have to just do that.
Cool.
Yeah, and as one of those non-affiliates, I will say, we were talking earlier about things that make us feel like we're not treated like partners, and I gotta say that's I appreciate every time Catherine forwards me the emails or sends me the screenshot of whatever alert is put out, but I mean, it can feel scary to know that there's something going on. Like, not included.
Or the other thing is sometimes you get Clary alerts and they're from a week ago, and you know, then you think, oh, should I be worried? Should I not? So that's the limitation of Clary, is the law is so defined as to what is and what has to be sent out and when, that it may not getting an alert, so you freak out. And that's why I think it's important to understand what the limitations of this alert system are. But I think that it might be helpful to look at what if there are other alternatives for the district, so that the district can cover district residents. Because I don't know if the university system is really equipped and some of it's just not very relatable and not tangible and not applicable. but it's according to federal law. So like, for example, if something happens, if there's an issue and it happens within 50 feet of a university space, it has to be, the Clery Act says you have. But if it happens 100 feet from the university space, so let's say the theater, for example, it doesn't have to be reported. So there's all different kinds of rules with the Clery Act, and so sometimes it's just not applicable if people. I think we really need a good explanation of it. It's confusing to me.
I think that would be a very helpful agenda.
What else on goals? Talked a lot about public safety. Anything else? Then we can get to our last item.
Sorry, we went over this, but what is do we have goals that specifically mention? I know we have one that mentions step. Do we have one that mentions alternative transportation and parking?
It doesn't actually say the word parking. Well, it barely says the word parking. It says develop a local parking program for Iowa Vista. And
Okay.
board goal 2 long term. So we probably need to make the parking actual activity from that. We actually didn't even do a parking study. We just said have a goal, have a parking system. We probably want to make execution of the parking study and all those RFPs a goal for next year. That's when they'll really be taking off.
Yeah, and I think we should spell out the contours of the parking study as was presented by the committee of just the different types of broad strokes of having a robust community outreach for that.
Here's a question, of course, of what is a goal? Like, is the goal to have a parking study? Or the goal is really to have
Activity under that goal.
It's
The goal is to develop a locally controlled parking program. But the activity the study would be.
and then with the flavor of in a manner that focuses on reducing is notable because it is not in a manner that makes it easy to do the park, makes it easy. What is work?
Yeah, that's what we did last time. We were like, we want that to be the reason.
and that is what it says.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I think this has been a good discussion. We want to move on to.
We can move on. The next one is not a structured discussion, but it's just, what did we talk about today? We're thinking is important to do. Just a couple of things. Do we want to prioritize any of our goals? Technically, our goals are not prioritized, they're just smaller. Any staff we're interested in looking at? Like last time we had very specific staff positions we wanted. Any restructuring we want to do, in-house versus out of house or that kind of thing. Anything we want to apply to lab school, talk about. Anything we want to do with our reserves, any negotiations to renegotiate our contracts, any new space, any new policies. These are our categories. And I do want to note, I do have to head out by 4, but.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Yeah.
I'm so glad somebody has somewhere to go, otherwise
I
we'd
have
be
to be
here
in
till
Montecito at
dawn.
4:15, so.
Oh, you could have
Yeah,
one
Yeah.
floor is
before.
fine, floor is fine.
I'll kick off the discussion with just something that we talked a lot about today is necessary to meet any of these goals, which is increasing staff capacity. And I want to throw out there that I like Kirsten's idea of floating an assistant role. Not an assistant general manager, but an assistant to the general manager. Dwight Schrute.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
That was my number one. Figuring out how we can, through the budget process, get some projects that move money and put that money to work. And also with that, working with the university to figure out our long-term renegotiation of the pledge, as well as mutual projects in the short term. And then number 3, which I'm sure we'll talk about at Tuesday's board meeting, is just figuring out what we can all do to support this successful Deltopia event. Just because this is something that we dreamed of for 5 years, maybe longer, and it's finally here. So how can we make sure this is a smooth takeoff?
I think, I don't know who wrote this maybe, but I want part-time now.
It's fine.
And are we planning to make it full-time?
That would be a proposal.
Okay, that's my proposal.
Okay.
And then I also want to bring up something that's super crazy, but I'll just bring it up. So, you know, there's so many governmental agencies, the state, for example, that has all this revenue. And so they're looking at this rebate, right, of a $400 for every taxpayer. And we have this surplus. And I just wonder if that's something that we want to consider as a board, of like a rebate or something to.
I don't like that.
Okay, well, see, I'm unelected, so I can say this, and everyone can just be like, that's a crappy idea, and there's no ramifications for me.
And I'm unelected, I'm unelected too.
So much implementation. As we collected the money through the utility bills.
We have so many good things we're doing and so many,
Spend it.
a little money would really help get us over the hump.
I really appreciate the thought process, but partly because of the fact that we're like staring at capital infrastructure costs related to modifications to this building or potential alternatives. I feel that it's sloughing off money that we currently have.
Yeah, and I see too, with the goals for the potential costs down the road, some of the new programs that we are exploring right now, that the money that we have saved by being potentially fiscally prudent may not be designated for anything specific. We know that it's in line with down the road, especially capital financial. So I view that as very, very necessary, and hopefully we can. But I also agree with Ethan's point that there comes a point where I think we should, it's defined in our policy with reserves. We want to try and spend money.
Do we have a capital plan, like a 5-year capital plan?
I think that's something we need.
Yeah, that would be
That's
helpful,
something-
because I think it would be helpful also, definitely when negotiating for additional funds, like from the university, to be able to say, we have, in general, this is where we see our funding going. So it's not just looked at as $1 million, ooh, big reserve. Why do you need funding? You don't need funding, but if you have a capital plan, 5-year plan, and you can say generally these blocks of money are going to this, then it looks like, even though it's not specifically offered, it's planned for.
Yeah, we do need to do that. We don't have as a district agenda how we're gonna.
So maybe that would be under good government, the goal of good government, whatever that government goal is to put in the development of a capital plan, 5 years.
Yeah, because we had our goal to fund our reserve. Now we have a reserve, we should plan for it.
Right.
Yeah, and the tricky thing too with facilities is that we don't own any facilities right now.
Right.
And so it's all still fluid and.
Yeah, exactly.
So something I've been interested in doing, and we already covered this during this meeting, so it's not nothing. Something I've been interested in doing since the school district even existed was solve CSA 31 and version this district. I feel like there's never really been much push. Even been sometimes like enthusiastic, like yeah, let's do that. For background, for people who haven't been here since before, it was really like I really wish my presentation on it before the trip. I called the people at CSA 31, asking them, isn't it weird that we have this power that says the exact same thing you say, except it says only with permission from you? And the people at CSA 31 were like, yeah, actually using reading. Well, why don't you just dissolve us? Like they actually suggested it to me. Why don't you just dissolve us and take the power? You're going to contract that with us anyway. It's not even like, it's not my job. Like I work for Public Works. Like, I'm not going to get fired if you take over this power. I've really kind of never gotten any pushback from anybody, even people who are at the center of CSA 31, on the idea of dissolving CSA 31, except weirdly, when I brought it up to Docs, why don't we do this before we get the law passed? He's like, well, why don't we do it later? And I don't know if it's because as a policymaker for the county, didn't want to like give up the money or something, but I just, should we try to do it? Like, I feel like.
Well, it connects to safety, right? It connects to safety and lighting and all the things that are goals. What's required to do that? Like, is that a LAFCO thing? Application. Only we had.
And I think for it's worth, it's just a matter of, it's a relatively simple application, and then the board intended. I mean, like, I think understanding at this point is that we're actually even able to do weird things, like just request the arbitrary dissolution of another district merger. And so we can do that with CSA 31. And that kind of forces a process to begin. May or may not let us have it, but we can try it. And I'm wondering, like, can we make that a short-term goal instead of making that like a thing we eventually do?
I think that would be the policy decision, is making it from a long-term.
Yeah, that's the question at the end of my.
I wonder if, because CSA 31 has limited funding. It has portion of property taxes and a benefit system, which is kind of like a property tax. And it has the resources to pay for the lights, or the electric bill that is Edison bills. It has a lot of cash and reserves that aren't really going to get used. But I just wonder if maybe if we came in and sort of augmented the funding to a certain degree in order to pay for some of the ongoing costs of some of these big improvements, we would have a really strong argument, and there wouldn't be a very strong argument against sort of moving to our hands. We're here, we want program better with additional resources. In order to do that, we want to be contract holders of something like this. Just a food for thought, because I like the direction I guess this is heading.
Yeah. One of the things that happened with so CSA 31 doesn't ask, like if you go and you can actually every year the county decides whether they're going to request for more money for CSA 31, and they just don't. Yeah. And I've actually heard that from property owners that they're confused because they're like Craig Geyer even was like, kind of surprising. Craig Geyer was even like, no, give them more money. I think Eckert once told we can give them more money. Why not? They just don't ask us for money.
I think they have to do a vote of the property owners.
Yeah, and so I feel like it's like the extent to which it's sometimes described as being like hamstrung for money, I feel is not necessarily true. It's they don't even increase it for like inflation adjustments and things. Like they just haven't bothered with the process of it. They kind of had enough money.
It had a
yeah, like when I analyzed it, they actually had a lot of money.
No, you were right. The problem is not the resources. They have the resources. The problem is the will from that department to treat us as a partner and as a people. But if we were to come to LAFCO and we're here, we want to augment services, maybe they would see the situation differently, and that can help start some conversations parallel to that with Public Works about how we think that it's time for us to be taking a more of a leadership role in decisions. Because I mean, we're only talking about this because this is I mentioned public safety, and then probably street lighting is 3 or 4 on the list in terms of things that residents have been calling for decades.
You did make me realize though earlier, like your first response that I said that maybe there actually will be a problem with this, which is CSA 31 is funded with a property tax, and if we merge it, that would actually cause us to obtain a property tax. But I think it might just be that we're not allowed to make a new property tax.
Yeah.
Not we're allowed to.
Yeah.
So maybe just
partial tax system.
Yeah. So it'll almost be kind of cool then if we took that, because it would be kind of less like, it's like accumulating power we almost weren't supposed to have, because now we have a property tax and we never create one.
Do they get part of the 1% or is it just partial tax?
It's part of the one.
It's part of the 1%.
So just I feel like I took us down this rabbit hole by getting all in the weeds, but maybe we can say that we want that to be one of our
Especially because there is this direct nexus to having just done the writing tour. You know, I mean, it's a natural outcome of doing the writing tour is looking for opportunities to fund what came up in writing tour.
One of the new improvements that one of the public works engineers told us about is solar streetlights that were installed near the El Sueño neighborhood in Santa Barbara, near some of those mobile home parks. So I encourage everyone to go check them out. I went and it's a street light pole that has a little solar panel on top, and it's completely independent of, say, like the SoCal Edison grid, which also means that I think the county has to maintain it, whereas they don't have to, or they're probably getting charged back a certain percentage to maintain the street light pole. But just there's different solutions that I think can be really effective and more environmental friendly.
Anything else? Contracts we want to change. Priority restructuring. You guys said it's okay to restructure the internship as a small thing. We'll do that.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about one program I'm concerned about, which is IV Beautiful. It was mentioned before that there's been unfortunately just some turnover there that may have negatively impacted the program, and this is IVU is one of our greatest services in terms of really I think doing two goods at one time, helping people and helping the community get cleaner. And I wonder, because as we have all identified, I think just showed throughout today over and over and over again, like when we have in-house programs, like they're good, we have good people that work for us that are incredibly committed and passionate. And I would just love to see something like that for that program. So just wanted to kind of start the conversation about that.
Yeah, I thought of that too when we were listening to the program. And just that it's such a great program, and it would be so much better if it was housed within IVCSD. Because then you could just really create it and have it be sustainable and not have these big dips in service.
The challenge is that employing people experiencing homelessness is like not a specialty we have, which United Way does have a specialty. So we have to figure that out.
Yeah, that would be hard.
Yeah, but maybe like the program manager can be employed by us, and then the crew is through United Way.
What about good Samaritans? What about, are there opportunities to partner with the people over here that are running the program on Elk Lake?
The Hedges House of Hope. We get most of our employees.
You do,
all
okay, but the intermediary is United Way? I see. Okay.
Well, and they manage the program.
And
they manage it. That's been doing this. Like the program manager, he's like doing the leadership and management and like keeping on track with things. It's just,
so you could hire somebody for IVCSD that is managing the program and the contract with United Way. So you just have someone who's specializing in that.
Yeah, and then we maybe won't have that program manager with United Way.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we would give the crew their work orders, but it would be one of our employees doing it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about? Sort of.
I think so. I think
maybe interim.
Maybe, yeah, it's a transition.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that in a lot of ways we have a great partnership with United Way, even though there may be some wrong. And I think about it a lot how we have a really good relationship with IVYP, and when we identified that a certain way of doing things in terms of contracting for community center staff support wasn't
really working the way that we had originally thought, or maybe thought it was intended to, then we were able to pivot and continue our partnership, but just with a different emphasis. And I see this as maybe being something like that, where we can still be able to rely on their expertise for managing people experiencing homelessness, maybe getting referrals for different clients, potential job holders, but be able to have more of that control.
And yeah, like the role we have with them is part-time, we can make ours full-time. We can make our person really dedicated to Isla Vista compared to,
Right.
They're dedicated to their organization, which is a nonprofit, which is working in Isla Vista. Here, it's a North County organization, so.
And maybe this person can also be more involved in the speak, but that's, yeah.
And other things, they can just be our,
Yeah.
just our person on these
Yeah.
issues, and it obviously you can see it does help to have a person.
And even the move in, move
Yeah.
out.
They can start being a person.
Yeah.
They close.
Yeah. Like it. Mhm.
Yeah, recruiting well. Oh yeah, the current person cannot do that.
Yeah, it just sounds more and more like it would provide so much better service. I have somebody working in ID that works in the district. Mhm.
I guess the thing to resolve is what Jay said. What's IBR doing in this instance? Almost exactly what we're doing. How do we resolve that?
I think we should. Board meeting.
Join what?
Or we should have a joint board meeting.
We talked about that, didn't we?
What's out of this kind of program, who should run it, where the funding should get allocated to.
Mm.
Because I mean, like on the rational all the way to one side, you can see the idea of Toledo West Sanitary District funding now the community service district in order to run a project, as opposed to having that money go towards having 20 cars to adopt a block. On the other side of it, you can see trying to have a really comprehensive adopt a block project. And then having aspects of what we're trying to accomplish with contracts to IDRPD in the same way that we do with sanitary contracts to IDRPD. But like, what are we actually trying to accomplish, and where the funding can be best allocated, I think is something we should make a joint decision as we go forward.
But isn't I just focus on IDRPD?
Adopt a block is the gutters.
Adopt a block is the gutters.
Yeah.
Which
Which
is
they
not-
receive
street side stuff, which sounds like us.
Which is directly our power.
Yeah.
That's not their
It's
power.
like-
policy.
Yeah, so we definitely need a three.
It's just
for
really
conversation.
confusing. Yeah.
And they stopped doing it for 2 years and they just started again. So we need to figure that out. Like, what prompted that?
I wonder if the funding.
They're hiring people too.
The funding did not stop. They had a massive staffing turnover. The same thing that ended up causing the regional manager. Pandemic led to other issues. They lost a bunch of people during the course of that year from mid-2019 through 2020. And so then the new general manager had come in and she needed to figure out how to actually bring that program back, which is only really happening now in the 2 years later.
Got it. Yeah.
That's a good opportunity. then.
And just so everyone's clear, because it can get kind of confusing, this is money that they receive because the street sweepers are not able to clean the gutters because there's not a parking program.
Back to parking.
Connections make imperfection.
Yeah.
Only there's one city that dealt with
Oh.
at once.
I will say, I know we have quite a list of things to accomplish with IVRPD, so maybe triage. I know we have to get our master agreement, for lack of a better words, in place, just to help us accomplish some of the, we're still trying to get off the ground. But I think this should take place right after we square away some of those pending items.
Concern on this one, this is actually also partly my failure here, is that when the idea kind of came up, I was having a discussion with John about race things, and we all he was now hiring a new person. I started talking to IVRPD about it, and I didn't set up a meeting with, then I realized I had COVID. My new person meeting got canceled. And then I very much personally failed to engage in fix that process since that meeting was canceled. But like, if they actually finish the hiring of people to run the program, then it will be like, oh yeah, you know, we would reorganize our, you want us to fire these few people we just hired? Like and so like, there's like a moment to do that, whereas I feel like a lot of the other things that we're doing are, oh yeah, we've got a goal we want to accomplish. I would like it, you know, the list of all the things we talked about at the RBD election, this is top.
Great, that makes sense. That and the safety station.
Well, with the safety station is something that we won't lose the ability to do the safety. We won't lose the ability to do the safety station if that happens a month later, whereas if this happens, arguably it's already.
Yeah. What you're saying makes.
Yeah.
We're so much nicer to each other in person. We really are. I like it. We are, we're so nice to each other.
It's, well, these are good things that Carrie.
You just
and
haven't
I
noticed
know.
them.
Oh.
Like,
Maybe that's it.
Like each other.
I just feel like we've gone friendlier over time because
Yeah,
it has
it's
become
adorable.
more clear that there's necessarily like personal hostilities. It's just occasional policy.
Yeah.
Right?
It's nice to be in person with you all.
Well, so Carrie and I can bring up, and then Josh can go and bring up those ideas when we have our next meeting. I will say we're not quite sure when that's going to be because they canceled it. They said they're not sure if they're having those meetings with us. So
And they thought it was a
Brown Act issue?
they were concerned, there was some case law that made them feel like this was a Brown Act.
and I'm hopeful maybe if they can talk to their lawyer more that maybe they might have a different interpretation.
But the one meeting we had was very cordial and very positive, and I think everybody felt like we got a lot accomplished. We only had an hour, and we really whaled through a complicated agenda, and everybody was very friendly and helpful, and so it was a great start. And you know, I attended their board meeting, so that was also very warm and welcome. So yeah. These partnerships on solid ground.
Definitely. And I know the permit applications process in which they gave us a whole really long, helpful list of things that we need for the application that help walk us through that. So. Anything else?
Yeah, you better get to my.
That's an extra for you.
Shoot.
Yeah.
We should do.
I don't think we're allowed to pay board members like that.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
You'd be conflict on every single thing you do.
But I will say, as someone who works really closely with volunteers, and
Yeah.
oftentimes volunteers end up doing things that maybe paid staff should be doing. It is probably something that we should be thinking about.
Yeah.
All of the different things that we
Yeah,
have
that sounds
for
good.
those
We
students.
should add it to our goal on government.
Yeah,
governance.
and one of the goals that we didn't accomplish that's on the list is live streaming meetings, which isn't something, it is live streamed, but the district technically doesn't live stream, but like J live stream. So,
Right, so I think we're close being able to get that
Yes,
transition over.
yeah,
That is like that is part of my goals is that I want to see transition over.
Yeah.
And like the St. Anne's Community Service District, I've been doing all of this stuff. And now they've got this whole setup and they do all the setup except I do show up at Henry time. That was actually Wendy just texted me. Maybe she's gonna ask me, like, are you gonna show up to the board meeting with your phone?
Okay, so just to recap, the roundtable on improvements need to be successful. We had increased staff capacity with the assistant role. I didn't write down.
yeah, I'd make the conference call time, dissolve CSA 31, figure out a UCSD funds, capital plan, joint board meeting with IVRPD. Figure out the issue.
That sounds great.
Oh, and the gardens, we'll bring back actual plans, but
So
that seems like a good space for the garden.
And the landscape, I think, is the landscape plan on there? Landscaping, that might be something to
The
put.
landscaping here is just a small thing.
No, but I mean, should we have on a
Longer
goal
term.
as to do this landscaping plan? Maybe that would be part of capital facilities. then.
Yeah, I mean, we should wait and see what the shape structure looks like too,
Yeah, we should, yeah.
because it changes every couple of days.
So we have a meeting on
On
Tuesday?
Tuesday, it'll be very short.
I'm gonna be driving to LAX, so you have the choice of having me be in the car, and then I'm muting my phone to vote, or not having me at all, you just have to decide. Or maybe I need to decide, actually. I won't put it on
All
you.
right, we'll put all the controversial stuff on the agenda.
That would be so good.
Yeah.
Then I'll be
Hey,
muted.
there are some boards in Santa Barbara County too. I hear. Okay, I know we got to get out of here for Jonathan, and we want to take a photo.
Yeah,
Yes.
let's take a picture
So-
and then we'll head out. But yeah, the agenda.
Let's do anything else? Do we need to like recess officially?
Oh, yeah,
I don't even think we.
Can I get a
just
motion?
adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
We didn't make decisions, so it doesn't, we didn't.
You're
make
right, we didn't make
decisions.
decisions.
It doesn't really
Oh,
Okay,
so we're not-
thanks, public, for being here if you're on Zoom.
I'm gonna change my jacket because I was wearing the jacket in the last CSC picture we took, so maybe